I thought it'd just pre-cuff that time. Hello. You're not eating.
No, I had better lunch.
Double ramen?
No, they bought pizza today.
Oh. So you put the ramen on the pizza?
Yes, it's ramen pizza. I have a theory about the streaming.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
no.
give them the couple minutes.
I'll hold my theory for myself if other people are listening. Hello, other people.
Theory about what?
The medicine that the ghouls taking Fallout.
Oh. Well, see, now you just said something where people are just going to spoil it for you or something.
I know, I'm spoiling.
It's crack.
I think it's for his vocal cords.
Why?
He doesn't talk like this.
Why not?
Basically, doesn't want to.
So,
That's my theory anyway.
so
Kind of works as an inhaler.
it's a hydrator.
Essentially for his throat and lungs. Yeah, that's
Kind
my
of yellow though. Maybe it's piss.
Who knows?
Very fancy piss.
But it makes sense. Because it's basically taken as an inhaler kind of thing.
Yeah, but he was choking just in general. So who knows?
Yeah, he was starting to cough.
Or maybe ghouls have an actual lifetime, and he's just since he's one of the early ones.
I think it's for his throat. That's my theory. It's a theory.
So he has a cold.
Really bad. Either really bad one or really good
It's
one.
200-year-old cold.
Depending on how you look
And
at
Vicks is gone.
it.
Hello, Brony. Hello, Matt. Hello, Brony.
I imagine it's not an easy thing to get. Whatever it is.
Do I have? Yeah, I do. So how was work?
I want to focus on the stream right now.
Bad day?
Not a bad day, just
Yeah, pizza. Is the universal way of work saying,
that's why I'm starting.
hey, we want to appreciate you by giving you pizza and not money.
It's been a lot lately. Just not bad, just a lot. It's a real grind.
Well, having a lot of easy stuff can be just as bad as having a few really hard things.
It's a lot of hard things.
Oh.
So,
But he said it's not bad.
well, it's not like my work people I work with are being assholes or anything. That's bad.
I thought you were sarcasm.
No, I would rather like work the toughest job in the world with people that aren't assholes than work an easy job with asshole.
Depends on how much the pay is for either of them.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because I had a job that when I was working at trucking doing damage freight, the people I worked with I liked, and it was one of the main reasons I stayed there. But I hated the job, but the problem was the pay was also crap.
Yeah.
So, and then when they're like, "Oh, executives messed up, so we need to cut everybody's hours to 35 hours a week," and still do your job. You still have to do 40 hours of work, but you only can do it in 35 hours. So we were working 40-hour weeks, but we clocked out an hour before we were done.
No,
It was bullshit.
I would leave when I clock out.
Oh, because the thing was, they kind of made it like a competition because they're like, oh, but when locations get that restriction removed is based on a location by location basis. So if your location starts doing well or better, then you might have your hours back. Well, I was learning weights and inspections at the time. So I just spent my last hour doing weights and inspections, which was looking at freight that was marked potentially incorrectly and upcharging them to the correct density and weight values. Mm-hmm. The weight they could do, but it was density. You had to look at the product, read through the paperwork, determine if it matches, because like plastic products are 156600. I remember that one because it's a general plastic and it has like 9 different levels of density. So if somebody put that on there, you could look at it and be like, that doesn't match on the weight and what I see. That density doesn't make sense. So you measure it out, you take the weight, you figure out its density, and then you're like, oh no, they put the wrong density. I can jump it up to this number, and then it might increase it by $75 for the load or something. But I used to do it. I was bringing in $5,000 to $6,000 a month just on my own. I was paying for my salary doubled, or no, more than doubled, just from doing that stuff. And we were one of the first locations to get it back. So, but it was actually really fun. It was like a mystery. Like you're going out there and you're like, something out here is wrong. And then you got to try to find it. And then you start seeing the people that are consistently doing it wrong. And then the salesmen start yelling at you. That was actually, well, it was free work. It was fun. So it didn't bother me too much, but it was also, I was making them money and they weren't giving me nothing for it. So bullshit.
I spent the entire morning basically finding out that I'm pretty sure they're putting some of the systems together wrong at the factory. Incorrect parts. So I got to bang my head against the wall on that.
What do you guys want to listen to?
Silence.
I think last time we did coffee shop.
Coffee shop's always good though.
Coffee shop ended up being more piano than I thought there would be, but it was kind of like lo-fi piano. It was kind of nice.
What's got sax? You got some smooth jazz?
I think you guys said last time.
Well, smooth jazz is amazing.
I'm going off of what I see.
What about bossa nova?
Bossa nova? I don't even know what bossa nova is.
It's familiar.
Oh wait, I keep forgetting I got to do it with the other computer.
I don't get to hear any of it, guys. So I honestly don't care.
Oh, it's I'm seeing Paradise Pulse, Moonlight Samba, Coconut Groove. So I'm gonna guess it's like
50s beat music.
Okay. The music in Final Fantasy 15 where they're on the pier?
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah, stuff my grandparents listened to when they dreamed about going to Hawaii.
No, it feels like the music that in Final Fantasy 15 when they were at the shops and stuff you hear in the background because you're in the town, and all I can hear is just random people and overly pleasant thank you when you buy anything. Like it's kind of creepy how much that reminds me of it.
I will say the movie we watched I actually enjoyed. We only got to watch the first half of it.
At work?
I'd seen it before, yeah.
Wait, so you're super busy.
They wanted to sit down, do the pizza thing, watch half a movie.
They're just trying to make you happy with the most copy paste bureaucratic bullshit methods as possible. Let's watch a movie and eat pizza because it's the cheapest way to make you shut up.
No, the best part was when I'm like busy.
What were you watching?
We watched the first half of The Big Short.
So you watch half of Big Short.
Yeah.
So that's like medium tall.
Yeah.
Like you can't have.
I like that movie though. It's very informative.
I think I might have it. I can't remember.
If you want to know how the 2008 market crash happened, it's a good way to learn.
I was thinking about having derpies floating around him. like there's like a ring of derpies that are spinning.
Is this just becoming the Fantasia bit, like the demon on top of the mountain?
No, I thought about this earlier.
Derpies.
Because I'm like, how do we get Derpy in here? Because Derpy needs to be in here.
You got the vampire derpies.
No, we're not doing Veronica or Victoria. This is vampire
She's got a cute little
derpies.
sweater.
But she has a cool little sweater, but she killed people.
Socks. No booties.
Well, so her I follow you. No,
I don't think she ever killed a person.
she can see behind you.
Yes.
This is how she does the mirror thing. She never looks in a mirror because she just looks into the back of her head.
Invisible? It's like, no, you're just not looking for it.
It's like, she's just standing behind a pole like that wide, just standing there. You're like, Derpy, I can see you. No, you can't.
It's adorable.
But I don't know. I remember I like the one picture where it says like somebody said they can't play games in the kitchen, but they can't eat in the living room. So the kid was laying on the floor with his feet in the kitchen and his body in the living room playing games while eating. Because he was technically in both. I don't know. It just reminded me.
That was the worst part.
Word?
Is,
Kind of.
with my very first computer. No, the first computer I had with the internet was in it was the family computer, so it was in the kitchen. So it was just kind of weird. Like people would just be in there eating and stuff, and you'd be sitting playing StarCraft on the computer in the kitchen.
Our very first one was in like the living room, but that was like our IBM one. Mm-hmm. It was DOS. There's only so much you could play on there. When they upgraded to a Mac, that was in the basement, but it was like in a very large room. And if anybody was down there doing anything, you were the one on there. But I spent most of my time in that.
My very first computer was set up in my parents' bedroom. And this was the one that I played all the Sierra games on. And the thing was, that computer, as long as it was in there, which was for like, I don't know, at least 3 years, never had a desk, never had anything to put it on. It was just a computer on the floor in their bedroom. And that's where I would sit and play Sierra games. It's kind of weird looking back that they could never like get a table for the thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you go like cheap, like thrift store or trash,
Or just yard sale.
yeah, you can get tables for cheap.
Never had a table.
Yeah,
It was just on the floor.
for a computer though, if you go too cheap, that's a bad experience. I'd rather have the floor.
You don't know what my mouse pad was?
Nothing.
No, I had a mouse pad. It was on the floor. How was I going to use a mouse?
Oh, this is old bad mouse. So like
Yeah,
ball mice.
ball
Yeah.
mouse.
Okay. Yeah, you need something.
I had the pad from Mario Paintbrush. Little plastic.
I don't actually know that one. No.
It wasn't even. It was just a piece of plastic. That's all it was. It came with Mario Paintbrush.
That'd work really well for the ball mice, though.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, worked well for the ball, but that mouse has to stick on it.
No, I mean it was made for a mouse.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Because I would think that the mouse wouldn't want to roll.
well, Mario Paintbrush came with a mouse, and then that was the pad it came with. Like the Super NES had a mouse. Madness. Mario Paintbrush. Mario Paintbrush was a lot of fun. Drop that muffin bomb. I got some of my mead chilling in the fridge. Figured we could try it later tonight.
Curl out through the derp out, Michael.
When they dropped that muffin bomb.
Muffa bomb?
Muffin bomb.
Muffiam, because it just doesn't say bomb.
Yeah. That's how it's like, crawl out through the derp out, Michael, when they drop that bomb.
Yeah,
So, there you go.
crawl out through the derpy sounds really bad.
Double derps. As if. And then, with her magical powers.
Well, I feel like I still have to move everything over.
Extra big derp.
Well, but it needs the whole end.
Yeah, the whole derp.
There you go.
It's just like, I'm back.
I smelled something really good over there. That was Michael. So it was a bug bite.
I think that's one of my favorite things in the Fallout series. It's just the music. I know it's like all the music from the game, but that's why I love it. It's so it just hits this spot in my brain that just makes smiles happen.
Well, the one thing I do like about the games is that for Fallout 3, Vegas, and 4, they really didn't. They added some music, but otherwise, like 80% of it feels the same, exact same songs, which feels exactly what that universe would have.
Yeah.
And I like that because it's like if you go into a Fallout game, there's like a couple certain checkboxes that you need checked, and if they're checked, it doesn't matter what else they do, it feels Fallout. And it's that music, having like the green interface of some sort,
green, or if Fallout New Vegas was more of that orangey beige kind of color on the Pip-Boy.
Yeah, and Preston Garvey asking you to come back.
He came.
That's it.
You don't know how he got there. He
just-
there he is.
In Fallout 5,
Yeah.
there better be somebody that mods Preston Garvey and they just run up to you every
I
5
just want him in a
minutes.
wheelchair, rolling forward. There's a gentleman that needs your help.
It takes place 20 years before Fallout 4, and he just comes up to you as like a 15-year-old kid. Hey, mister.
Just a baby.
I'm going to New Vegas. Nexus has mod collections now. I'm having so much fun with how good and stable New Vegas is. That's a game, like, I know they did some touch-ups to 4. I feel like New Vegas should have the touch-ups almost before 4.
I think it gets hard for a professional touch-up of New Vegas just because Bethesda doesn't own that one by themselves.
Yeah.
They cross-own it with Obsidian. And Obsidian and Bethesda, I think they got over their bad blood, but there was a little bit of bad blood after the release. Because they didn't get a bonus they were kind of promised. Because a meta score was like 1 point off. I don't know. Old news.
So if I have the derpies going around him, more than likely the derpies themselves will be spinning. Oh, no, that's actually pretty easy. I was like, because how do I do that to have it rotating around a central point of mass, not her butt, which is the only other place. But if I just
The thing is, though, if they
this down.
redo Fallout 3, 95% of the assets from 3 were just used to make 2. So somebody could easily mod the revamped assets into New Vegas without a whole lot of effort.
okay, so now if I spin the derpy,
I remember when 76
look
was,
there go, Michael.
she's been so fast, she's like on my head, she's derp. It's like, go fast. She's so squeaky.
Just like that duck with the water.
Yeah, I'll get one of those little dunk derpies.
Dunk derpies.
Like the engine for 3 and Fallout New Vegas is the same, and the engine for 4 and 76 are the same. And not only are the engines the same, the entire file structure is the same. So I was so excited when 76 was coming out because all the mods I made for 4 would have worked without much effort for 76. But then they said no mods. And I was just like, well,
Oh no.
well, she didn't cut her hair.
No, she's a fluffy.
Floof.
She fixed.
I think when 76 first came out, I spent a good amount of time basically seeing if there was some way to mod the game, and the answer was just a definitive no.
Well, there's mods now.
Is there?
I mean, people could mod a game no matter what they want.
Well,
they may not have official tools, but
You
people
won't be
can.
able to. I don't think you can play any of the mods on the official servers.
Oh, 76. Oh, no.
76.
I thought you were meaning New Vegas. So
No, Vegas. I modded for New Vegas. I never released the mods to the public, but I modded for it before.
did they eventually add private servers to 76? I think they. Oh, no, that's under the paid monthly thing, isn't it? Yeah, if I remember right, you could do private servers, but you had to pay their monthly thing.
Yeah.
When we were playing the game on stream, I was doing that because people are assholes. And when I played on public servers before, I had definitely people come up and be assholes, and I wanted it to just be us doing goofy things. And well, people didn't like it. I did like the desolation of 76. It felt just empty, but not in a bad way. It felt like literally everybody was dead, and you could run into a couple people here and there, but I liked that desolation feel.
I liked the idea of having more NPCs in 76. Just keep it lore friendly, which they failed at.
Well, no, I like that if you played it solo, then no. But when you played it with other people, it felt like you literally, as a group, came out into an empty wasteland that people still haven't quite grown into using. And I kind of liked that aspect of it. And I think that's what it was meant to be. But early on, that was not the experience you were getting.
It was nothing.
Because it was meant to like where you could do all this PvP, but it's like, why are we suddenly shooting at each other? And we just got to this vault, but we're supposed to like be vault dwellers and happy and whatever. It just didn't make sense to me why everybody was suddenly wanting to shoot at each other. And the forced PvP aspect of being online, I didn't like either. That's why originally the game was kind of rough at the beginning, because they're like, they fixed it later, but kind of, because now it's like, oh, well, if somebody shoots at you, it only starts PvP if you shoot them back. Until then, they really can't do anything to you, and it's like it feels like they're like playing two ends of the spectrum.
The other thing that they only ever kind of fixed was like, I wanted going into the game to raid dungeons with my friends and experience the game with my friends. But every time you went on a quest line, if you wanted to complete the quest, you either had to split off from each other or do the same quest over and over again for however many people were in your party.
Well, that wasn't day one release.
Wasn't that the issue day one?
Oh no. At day one there was no solo quests.
Yeah.
So it became an issue later when they added the solo options, because everybody had their own options. So then you kind of had to like go through everybody's individual ones for certain parts. Some kind of worked together, but other ones didn't. And it because you're trying to tack on a system that it wasn't developed for to make it work. The engine was, if that's the same engine they used before, sure. There's some of the probably stuff in the background that made it work to get it in. But that's not how the game was built to work. So it was a bad experience to do the solo stuff as a group. But then it felt like, well, they wanted solo stuff, so they added it, but now it ruined the part that was what it was made for, and the people that had it for that now have to deal with this other thing, and it was just a mess.
I think what disappointed me the most with every Fallout I'd played up to that point, 3, New Vegas, 4, you walked off in a direction, and it didn't matter which way you went, you ran into story. And 76 didn't really have that. You walked in a direction and you ran into like a location that was filled with ghouls or supermoons or something, and you cleared it out. And maybe there was some notes or something you could read, but past that, there wasn't really much going on. It just, I don't know. Again, but that emptiness.
The emptiness, though, again, I feel like was what its point was, only if you were if you had a group of 4 people going and playing together, it felt like the right amount of empty. If you played by yourself, it could be, I wouldn't call it boring, but it would drag on. I definitely feel like it's a game better played with 4 people.
That's what Pony, and I can't get Pony on Xbox. No, that's not true. I released 2 of my Pony mods on Xbox. There's 2 Pony mods that I personally went out of my way to put on the Xbox. Or was it PlayStation? No, I'm pretty sure it was Xbox. It was one of them.
I definitely went out of my way to do this thing that I can't remember.
It was a while ago. But I did the plushies and I did the bobbleheads.
Okay, just get rid of those.
Hello. Hello, Raven.
Oh, Raven.
No, with Fallout being all like the game again, the game to play again, I kind of want to go back and maybe mod something else, but I don't know what to mod.
Well, you should have done it before, because by the time you get stuff done, the hype's gonna die down.
Yeah, though they did just announce season 2 today. See that?
It was already going to be a season 2. I don't know. Did you really think they're going to be like, well,
it's streaming platforms, you never know.
I just loaded this Derby. Why is your default
you missed the 76
broken?
streams.
They were fun.
I almost kind of want to go back and play like 70, not 76, but like New Vegas again. If I was going to go back and play one again, it'd probably be New Vegas or 3, because I've played 4 so many times. And it's not the best one. New Vegas is still the best one. That's it's like a whole baby derpy. This has got her mama derpy. Like mama derpy, protect little derpy.
Mama, I killed a man.
Okay.
His name was Michael.
He died happy.
Broke all your fingers first. Was trying to boop.
I think the biggest disappointment for 76 for me is it felt like the writers didn't have enough original ideas, or they were afraid to have an original idea.
I
for
think
76.
I think it's just hard to tell story when you're not able to use people. So
No, they could have still used people. They just could have used ghouls. There was nothing stopping them from using ghouls.
I think that their idea was it was better to have it where the only people you would run into were other players. Otherwise, if you saw a ghoul, suddenly the question is, are they a player? Are they ghoul from a distance? I can understand that. And they really didn't even have NPCs even after that.
Like they had robots that you could talk to, even from the get-go. There weren't a ton of them, but there were some places where there was like.
But yeah, I like the idea that any person you see is a real person. It was black and white in the answer in that question, which I see what they wanted to do. It's just not what people wanted. And so they tried to merge in what people wanted, but then turned it into a weird mishmash of stuff.
I guess I kind of see what they wanted to do, but what they wanted would have required people to do a lot more role playing, and I think most people were willing to do.
Not exactly role play, but to a degree, yeah. I think RP servers would work really well. The problem is they didn't do private servers for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
So how do you RP if you don't have a private server? In a private server, I could see that being a ton of fun.
Yeah.
If you could role play and then have people set up with different factions, some group plays raiders.
If you had a server set up and that was just like, this is a role play server. If you're on this server, people are going to be role playing. Don't be a jerk. If you join this server, role play with us. But there was never that option. You were always just on one server.
But now you can. But I don't think you can do dedicated servers. If you're on and people join you, it's a dedicated server at that time. But I think as soon as the person that has the subscription leaves, it's gone. So you can't just open a server, like load it on a Docker container or something, and then just run it in the background for people to join and leave. That's what I think it
I
needed.
remember that was a super early thing in World of Warcraft, is that they had servers that were set up to be like, this is a server people like to roleplay on. If you want like role playing, join this server. And people generally did. Like, if they were role players, they would join the roleplay server.
I go look at it. She's doing belly rubs.
Yay.
Belly rubs.
Oh, tiny jerpy. I'm gonna get one of those. See, that's all I wanted to do. I think the very first time I played, I saw a herd of cats just run by, and my first thought was like, those were ponies. I can make those ponies. And then I learned I couldn't make those ponies. I was very sad.
Is that what your brain just does? Like, the moment you see anything with 4 legs.
That could be a pony, yeah. That's why I got excited when I saw Stray. I'm like, the pony can be the main character. And I wasted no time. It took me a year, but I wasted no time.
Did I unlock this one? I want to make sure I lock that one. Okay. Yeah, that is a little bit of a weird angle, but I'm gonna.
The perfect game to mod a pony into would be like Spyro. But those never get released on PC. And if they do, I just don't care enough.
Yeah, Spyro recently did.
Okay, well, I still don't care enough.
Yeah, no, it actually is rated really well.
I'm sure.
Yeah, the whole trilogy was remastered. They completely redid everything.
What engine that's on? The Spyro is one of the things they modded into Stray too.
Yeah, I mean, look at they redid the whole game, like all the animations, all the graphics, everything. And it's the whole trilogy, games 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, but I just don't think it's going to be a game I'm going to play.
Yeah, but look at.
It could be a pony, you're right.
It could be a pony. No, I think it was very, very well done. It was rated 86% positive, which actually I think it's 2019, so that came out 5 years ago too, Michael.
You know, the thing is, seeing if there's any hint on what engine it's on. Probably have to go look. It's probably Unreal, because when you half the time like, what engine is that? The answer is it's either Unreal or Unity. Unreal 4. Why?
Damn it!
You torture me.
Hey, it's also 65% off. You can get it for $14 for the whole trilogy. That's actually a really good deal. Michael, like the universe is telling you, you're like, thank God I have tomorrow free. No, actually, that's a really, really good deal.
How many people would play a pony mod for Spyro? The 5-year-old
People love
Spyro.
Spyro. I think the problem is people really like Spyro, and the animation quality in here is really, really well done. Like all the talking, getting the horses to match that.
I could do it. The one thing Spyro has advantage over compared to like the Stray, is his eyes are already big.
The one thing,
so it would kind of work a lot better.
This is the thing is he's kind of like the equivalent of a corgi though.
So ponies.
I know, but like he is much shorter to the ground. I want to hit scale to pod or space pod. He's much shorter to the ground.
He is. You're right, and he's got a longer torso.
So yeah, that might be kind of tough.
It's not a 1-to-1, but it never is.
Never played Spyro, so Pony Spyro would be better.
I played the first Spyro back on the PlayStation.
I've never played any of them. I've considered, but I've considered doing it because this remaster. Well, I wouldn't even call this a remaster. This is like them rebuilding. But it looks really good. It looked like a labor of love type thing. So I kind of thought about it. It is cheap. I mean, that's probably a good like 80, 90 hours of content for like $14. That's actually really cheap.
The whole thing that they remade the original 3 because those were the three. The first 3 were the ones made by the original studio that started Spyro.
Apparently Ed Plus said don't play it. No surprise that Surya Dragon said play it.
Yes.
But yeah, the one of the very few that rated against it. It's on a list for the future.
He did an entire trilogy where he turned the ponies into snails. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, not a 1-to-1 match. It would be kind of rough. Maybe. Unless they were fillies. Philly Derby? I don't know. Think about it. I think I really need to just go back and work on the DRG mod for a bit before I start trying to dive into anything else. This weekend would be a good mod a pony radio station to Fallout 4. I'm pretty sure somebody's already done that. Actually, I'm positive somebody's already done that because I still remember. I don't know who was streaming it. Maybe it was just me playing it. Me loading up a pony modded radio station, and they had a heavy metal song where somebody just screamed Rainbow Dash over and over again.
No,
it was really weird.
No,
it was like death metal.
There's already an entire band that does pony music for Fallout.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You can just grab Wasteland Whalers.
I have the CD.
Yeah, they have music that is similar to if you just start playing Disturbed.
Yes,
during Fallout.
Pony Disturbed.
I don't care. No, it's not the way you do.
It was super early fandom, and I think people were just like grabbing any pony music and then turning it into a Fallout radio station.
I can see because that's a super easy way to get horse into the game. Mm-hmm. So I can see that, but I feel like literally half of the game's aesthetic is the music. Mm-hmm. Without the music, it's not the same.
If somebody hasn't modded Wasteland Whalers into Fallout 4, I would be surprised at this point.
Oh yeah, most
Such
likely.
an easy thing to do. And I do have that. That's like I think it's the only CD I own that I am like actively aware of. Do you have Wasteland Whalers?
I don't have the CDs.
I have one CD, and they probably have more than one.
I know of them. I used to be friends with the guy that started the band, and then yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
So, but no, that's God, it's been so long now. I can't remember his name, but.
It said they actually started a whole Fallout quest here that goes on Derpy's journey after the bombs fell, but it never got finished. I heard it was actually pretty decent. Her story sounds fairly interesting. If you read the original Fallout, they go into it a little bit, but not super in depth. But in all the Fallout Equestria books I've read, I think she is the one character that appears in all of them at some point or another. I can't remember if she appears in Pink Eyes. And it might be the one she doesn't. But I know she makes an appearance or two in Project Horizons. She appears in Murky Number 7. And she appears in Heroes. Does she appear in Heroes? Like, can't remember.
I could have actually had her fly.
Yeah. Instead of running through the air.
No, it was more fun. She's derpy. She does derpy things. Okay, and now we just this derpy. Derpy is not derpy. Oh. And do that right. I can preview it, but I'd have to do it later. Because it's all locked to her here, so best I can do is unlock this and then just delay to this. But if I keep it locked, I'm not actually able to see it. But does it work to do like the floating derpies?
I kind of like it that they're running too, actually. I think that's better.
Okay. So what I'm probably gonna do is just keep one of them and hide it. We'll do it later, because if I go and normally I have it where their root is in the middle and their pelvis is moved out. This one, because I wanted to maybe rotate her different, her base rotation is not at the center, which means if I want to separate her positioning by just delaying, I can't, because the base is shared between both. I can't delay it differently for both, so it means I have to unlock it, but I can't unlock it until basically his animation is all done, so that it's not gonna, because otherwise if I unlock it and then I move Discord, and now that animation is not gonna have it applied and whatever. So all right, and I think the plan is this is going to be a full screen one too, so it's going to come up the whole screen. It has to, because this lightning wouldn't work if it was only like corner.
I didn't drink a Pepsi in a long while. Instead of Coke. We normally drink Coke, but I got a Pepsi today. I think it's better by itself than Coke. Let's start that war right here in chat.
I kind of want to have like a couple derpy heads pop up from below, and then you just aggressively boop them all, and then like float away or something.
The derpies in chains.
So do we? Do we have I can do Michael Takeover, but I can do it in like the 3D text in engine. Because we had like we found, I think it was Spyro. I think I figured out I had to type letters. Yeah, we could actually write it out.
Boop.
No, not boop. Like Michael Takeover, or
You know what boop spells upside down?
I think it's Nefarium
Those
or
boop.
something. Nef.
No.
What the other letters are?
Have you tried Coke's Raspberry Spice? I have not, because I'm too old.
Ethereum. Okay, I was close. This is the other text then.
I'm too old to try, like, if you give me anything past like vanilla Coke, I get scared.
It'd be easier to do this.
You know,
Raspberry sounds good. Spiced. I'm not a big fan of spiced. Usually means cinnamon or something with a little bit
cinnamon
of a
or
kick.
clove or something.
Yeah, well, yeah. If it's clove, definitely no. Spice, like I like rum, but not really much spiced rum. If you put it with like a hot cider and you do it a hot drink,
That's normally where you would.
yeah. But
use
spiced in
rum.
any other sense, no.
But then you would generally add cloves too, and you.
Yeah.
I admit, in the past I've done cloves,
But I never really drink it.
Yeah, then you won't drink it.
But also, if it's hot, it's usually hitting a little better. Cheers, Brony.
Yeah, I like hot rum in the winter months, especially for like holiday events.
Why aren't you drinking?
I'm going to. I bought some tea.
Oh, just whatever. There is still a 1919 cherry down here.
Ooh, do you want that?
No, I'm just mentioning it.
Okay.
I'd probably just do honeys.
You always say.
Well, because there's some in there.
Well, we're gonna have some mead later,
Okay.
but it's getting cold and it's gonna take a bit.
Okay. Well, if you want to go get me anything, just toss the ice. I don't even really care if you wash it out or not. No spicy, but maybe cinnamon. I'm not sure. Usually, if they say spiced, it means cinnamon, because it's like, how else do you spice something? Usually, that means to me a slight kick, something that's just like a little slap. But unless you add Tabasco, which would, or something spicy, it doesn't make sense. Cinnamon is the easiest way to give something a kick with sweet that doesn't involve like hot sauce or something. Cinnamon's super easy to do. We're gonna see if we can do this, but I think it might be kind of time consuming. The reason I want to do it in 3D is that we can manipulate it in 3D space then, where before I was doing the text, it would just kind of come up and float away. This I could actually like do whatever I want with, which is kind of neat. But I think it's just kind of boring. Oh yeah, I guess could have just done that, but
You'll get angry if I pour it, because then it'll just be like 95% head.
that's what she said.
Uh-huh.
Well, and the one thing I don't like about Honeys is how full they make it. I mean, I'm glad that they give you product and it's good, but almost every time I open these cans, it is literally already bubbling past the top. Like there, I got a little bit spilled, and I can't not do that because you got to push into it.
Just feel like one of those complaints where if suddenly they like reduce the amount, be like, "Where's my beer? It used to be filled to the top of the can."
No, I mean, if they did it like at Lay's, where they gave you the can and half the can was full, that's different.
I feel like beverages are going to be the one companies that will have a really hard time with
They can
up half the.
they can change can size, but people would notice it because of cozies and all these other things. It's not like a bag of chips where it's moldable. A can, if you change the size of a can, all people would find out right away. You can start thickening it. You can change the shape. You can make the bottom bulge larger.
The aluminum is more expensive than what's inside.
Yes. So to them, the liquid's the cheap part, so they don't care.
Yeah.
But it's all about making it look big. Well, if it's already cheap to make the liquid, then shrinking the can would make it look smaller. Where with chips and stuff, the item itself isn't really any smaller. It's how they package it, and they just put more air in there.
That's why
But chips, I understand why they put air in the bags, though. Because you don't want to have a bag of chips that's full to the maximum, because then in storing it, it's going to get fully crushed. But if you make it, it's like 2/3 full, and then there's air in there or some gas or whatever to hold it so it doesn't get stale, it acts as a buffer, and then they're less likely to crush the chips. That's probably why. But it feels like they don't need that much air in there. Unless they're just looking at it based on the size. If it's flat and you push down on it with a flat hand or something, is at the point where the bag will not crush any chips. Because nobody wants to open a bag of chips and so like dust because it got crushed to
I
hell.
remember bags having a lot more in them than they do now.
Hello, PonCon. Let's dream.
I remember a lot of things.
Worcestershire spice soda. Oh,
Ooh.
that's carbonated Worcestershire. That sounds disgusting. Thank you very much,
There are a few
Delphi.
things that bother me in regards to plastic, simply because, like, some people are like, we're trying to reduce the amount of plastic we use, but there's some things we can't get rid of. There were things when I was a kid, and this might be the old man in me screaming, that just weren't a thing. That suddenly people are like, oh, we have to have this. Plastic grocery bags weren't a thing when I was a kid. It was all paper, all of it.
There are benefits, like,
Sure,
if
but
you have
we
to,
don't buy without them.
yeah, I know, but if you're like going up to the 4th floor apartment of something, and from a parking garage or outside, plastic bags are easier.
Yes, but they weren't necessary.
It's like, well, I don't want to have to make 2 trips, so I'm just going to give a middle finger to the environment.
Yeah,
Like, don't be lazy. There are some sacrifices that need to be made for sustainability. I refuse to use plastic unless they literally give me no option. And there's been plenty of times.
Walmart doesn't give you an option.
Yeah, like Hy-Vee sometimes. They just don't have the paper. I will go to other, like if it's on the self one, I will go to another spot, grab bags and come back. Because normally, for one, if you would have one paper bag, I can fill that with like 4 or 5 plastic bags worth of stuff. And yeah, sometimes they're really crappy, but just don't use the handles. The built-in handles for paper bags, absolute trash.
Just grab them from the bottom.
Yeah, I just hold it.
Like, if
You think you have a cart?
plastic bags are one of those things where if they completely disappeared tomorrow, people would grumble, but society would not collapse. We'd be fine with just the paper bags again. So it seems like one of those things that'd be super easy to get rid of. People just have to like want to get rid of them. That's one of them. And then also, I've been to a McDonald's only a few times in recent history, but the cups are all plastic now. When I was younger, there was paper cups with the plastic top.
No, because you can't have a purely paper cup. Even the paper cup has a lining of plastic
The old ones
or
had
wax.
Yeah.
Something on the inside, but that's also not super sustainable. Wax is better, but yeah, there's something because paper would just
Yeah,
absorb it.
it's a wax lining.
Yeah.
On the older cups.
Yeah, the plastic cups. You still have paper by you for them.
It's plastic here now.
To me, if I buy something from somewhere and the packaging shows that they didn't overdo things on, like, they didn't waste materials for the purposes of presentation, I actually like that company more. Like, I recently got a Ecobee thermostat, and that had this paper thing around it that was talking about how they're sustainable for the environment, but underneath it was just another box. Like, so you're talking about, good for the environment, but then you added extra paper that you didn't need to add.
Paper is biodegradable. So
It's biodegradable, sure, but it was covered in ink.
yeah.
I mean, when it's literally printed, it's thin paper printed both sides with high detailed ink. That ink isn't sustainable. There's a lot of, like, it felt so counterintuitive, and that frustrates me. Underneath it was just a basic box, but that doesn't look pretty, does it?
It depends what the ink's made out of. I don't know what the ink's made of. Like, old ink was just like the scrapings of barnacle and charcoal and soot mixed with like animal fat. But I don't know what the process is for making ink and how damaging this environment. I know that ink by the gallon is the single most expensive fluid on Earth. Ink's expensive.
Yes, but I don't think that's a good judge of it. You're not using ink at the same rate you use gasoline.
Yes.
Yeah, because ink, a little tube of it you can use for like multiple years. Your gas you use in 2 weeks.
Well, the point I'm making is I'm not super concerned about ink for that reason.
No. Well, I do want to get, I'm getting a new printer soon.
On that printer.
I hate it.
Why do you hate it?
Every time I use it, I have to go and completely reinstall all the drivers in any computer.
It's you.
Every time. Every time it goes, we don't recognize the printer. I'm plugged into the printer with the cable. No, you have to reinstall the drivers. I did 2 weeks ago. Nope, you got to reinstall them. I've had to do that 6 or 7 times. All the ink dries up. I'm so sick of that printer.
Drying up.
No, I have opened that thing multiple times. I've shook it. It wasn't working for a while. Then I went and suddenly it started working again. Only after I spent 45 minutes getting the drivers reinstalled.
I got that one because it had the cheapest cartridges.
I'm just going to get a laser.
Okay.
Because they don't need color.
I do.
For what?
Printing derpy labels.
Well, that can be there for you to use as you want, but I need to print volume for like bad fanfic and other things. I'm just going to get a laser one that can literally run forever. It never dries out.
Toner is what you're saying. Are you saying toner cartridges?
Yeah.
They're like $200.
But I would have to fill it maybe once every forever.
Yeah, probably.
So I don't care. It'll last forever. The amount of times that a toner goes, oh, it's out of toner. Take it out, shake it, put it back in. Good for another 2 years.
Like back in the day when I had when I was living on my own, I actually had the whole kit for refilling my own color print cartridges.
No, and I already know exactly what I'm doing. It is a Brother printer. Micro Center has it, and I get the 5% off there. I'm not getting laser color though, because the laser color works, but you're going to go through it a lot quicker because now you don't just have one large container for black. Now you suddenly have like one large container with 4 different colors, black, and then usually like MGY or some kind of a mix of different colors to make everything. And they're just much more expensive. I don't need color. All I really need to do is just be able to print things. And every time I've had to go do it, I can't see it on the network. I've had at one point 3 copies of the same printer on my printers on my computer, where only one of them would work at a time, and then suddenly
do it wirelessly upstairs.
No, I've tried every time, my PC and my tablet. Every time I have to go and reinstall everything from scratch.
And you're connecting it direct
or through the network.
Yeah, I'm connected to the network. I can print something right now.
No, I've tried so many times over and over again. It never works.
If I walk upstairs, and
no, I'm done with it. I'm just done with it. And for how much we've spent just buying ink on that thing, it's already 2/3 the price of just getting a laser one. And then it would just do exactly what I need to do going forward forever. And now my fear is if any printer breaks, we're getting into this like service industry crap going on, and I just don't want to start getting to the point of, oh, well, if you want to get this printer, you have to buy a subscription for printing because there's no other choice. I want to get something before that point because we're getting there. Because like some stupid crap of you can only print so many pages a month and stuff. I just want to get it done.
I hope that never happens. That's dumb. That's as dumb as when they were like, if you want to unlock the heated seat option in your car, you have to pay a monthly subscription. It's like everything's already there.
I can understand I can understand the whole economy of scale though, that it is literally cheaper to just put it in everything. But if you then enabled it for everybody, you would have to make everybody's price go up, and then you're not going to sell as many product.
But no, because it's already in there.
But the only
either way,
because it's the same reason. Why are
spent the resources? Why are there?
Why are wireless routers cheaper than wired routers?
I don't know.
It used to be that when I went to go get routers, it was $40 for a wireless plus wired router, or $50 for a wired router. Mm-hmm. Why is the one that has more features cheaper?
I don't know.
Because nobody buys wired routers.
Yeah.
So they because of economy of scale, they can't sell enough to make it work. So for the people that just don't want wireless, they can pay the premium. But otherwise, you could literally get the one with the wireless, shut off the wireless, and be the exact same product.
I would immediately hack those seats and they could fight me.
Yeah, so
My car.
yeah, no, I understand why they do it. It's a bullshit capitalistic thing to do, but I also understand why they're doing it and why people would be frustrated. So, but because economy of scale, that's just how it works.
My car-
If every car was the exact same model, but you could just turn on and off different features of it, cars could be like half the price they are. Because in terms of scaling, every factory would just be making the exact same thing. It'd be really, really cheap. But then everybody like, well, why can't we have the super expensive one? Well, or all the fancy features? Well, because it still costs us money to put that in everyone. And so, okay, we'll have to up the price of your car, everybody's car, to make up for that product, because otherwise we're losing money on it. So it's more of the people that can pay for it are subsidizing having it in the other ones. I understand why, but it's still stupid. No, and I know exactly what printer I want to get. It's just black and white, but I've been looking for one. I found one that has an actual network plugin. So a lot of them have USB plugin or whatever. I want just a straight Ethernet, because then I don't have to have it wireless. I can just plug it into the network. Any computer connect to it wirelessly, but then the printer is literally hardwired in. That's just what I've been looking for. Our printer is right next to our internet and stuff, so it just makes sense.
At some point, I'm going to walk upstairs. I'm going to print something with that print.
You can say that all you want, but I have had both my computers be absolute bullcrap.
It'll be a picture derpy, and I'm going to hand it to you. And it's going to say derp derp.
Look at this. I already have two of them. This one's not available. This is the one, copy one, which was the normal one plus the copy.
Seems like it's not working right now.
No, because it's not on.
Okay.
This is saying driver not available because it just suddenly decided that it wanted to forget that it exists.
I mean, someday you'll learn to use a computer, and then none of this will be a problem.
No, I have spent so many hours. My time is more valuable than that. What I put into that. I'm done with it. I'm so sick of it. Plus, a laser printer, when I have to do all of those printouts for fanfics, it takes hours to get through everything. I want to just be able to have it go.
But wasn't the whole thing with like letting each person know what their part was by having it color coded?
What?
You had each of their lines highlighted in color.
No, I haven't done that for years.
What have you been doing?
I highlight all of them with a light blue on here, so when it prints, it's just a slight gray.
Oh.
Because I didn't want to be paying for color ink.
Yeah.
Why would I want to pay for color stuff? And why would I have to have everybody's color different when everybody's printout says their part?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense why I'd color code it then. I color code it when I go through it because I need to know the parts as I'm color coding, but I'm also shifting the way that I'm doing that so that I put the name of the part at the beginning. So that makes that a little easier to distinguish. And also for reviewing. Yeah, I'd only use a network printer. Also, FYI, Windows WPS is bad. Always add by IP address. It's not even that. The driver keeps corrupting or something. I've had to as soon as I reinstall the driver, it's fine. But it just constantly says, oh yeah, I see the printer. Oh, nope, I can't print to it. And the printer will just sit there silent. It's super frustrating. It's just super annoying. I want something that's on the network that I can just kind of keep on, so maybe it just doesn't forget it or something. I don't know.
I just feel like I'm going to come in and he's going to be like, I got this brand new fancy printer. It works.
It's not
amazing.
fancy. It's not even that expensive.
And then a week later, no, this piece of shit
I know, it's not even that expensive.
works half the time. Pretty sure I called my mother names.
So my problem with doing this is I feel like
what you're making here is gonna show up whatever I make immediately after. I'd be like, you can never do this. Your feeble skills. Already almost finished this crap. Going too fast.
This Honey's
Honey's
is a very rich beer, and so I don't drink them very fast. If it's like a lot easier drinking,
you don't like stouts. It's because they're too thick.
No, it's more of I burn out on the flavor very quick.
I remember the reason I brought that printer in there. It was just because I was trying to sell my house immediately after moving here, and I needed a printer like scanner ASAP.
Yeah. And I know that was kind of the reason that you had it. So that's why I don't care.
Yeah.
It's just whatever.
I was in a bind. I think I spent like the last of my real money to get that printer at the time.
Yeah, because you had last minute crap to.
Well, yeah, I was like broke as heck after I first moved here because every last resource I had, I used it for the move.
Yeah, and until you sold, you didn't have any money.
Yep. And they're like, "Can you?" I needed a quick part of that story, which I still find kind of funny, is I needed a fiduciary to sign off on one of my signatures for whatever reason. And I had nothing. I mean, I think I had like $2 in my pocket. Nothing. And normally you can go to your bank and they'll give you a free fiduciary. Like if you need a fiduciary, go to your bank. If you have an account at that bank, they'll take care of you. My bank was 600 miles away. So I think I went into one of the local banks. When I say local, it was a nationwide bank, but it was a local branch. I think of like First Bank or something.
Okay.
First Third or whatever. Anyways, and I was like, I need a fiduciary. He's like, how much does that cost? And they told me, like, well, if you don't have an account with us, it's like $100. And I'm like, ugh. And they're like, but if you're thinking about getting an account here, I guess we can do it for free. And I'm like, oh yeah, totally. Totally thinking about getting an account here. And he's like, that's great. And the guy helped me out. He really did. He gave me his card. He's like, I hope we can bank with you again in the future. And I'm like, I'm sure you will. I never went back to the bank.
Wait, so you didn't even. So no account?
Nope. Didn't have an account there. They did it for free.
I gotta admit, I mean, at least if you need a local bank now, I mean.
Yeah, I know who to go to. If I could remember what bank that was.
Actually, so I went to the bank not long ago because I needed to just deposit some cash. And like, I'm used to like filling out a deposit slip and whatever, but I went in there and they're just like, it feels like, what account do you want to deposit to? This one. All right. Like, I didn't have to fill out anything. Like, I felt very weird. I mean, it might be different because they don't care if you're putting money into accounts, but like, I felt like I could have just taken out a napkin and written like a couple numbers for my account, like there. All I did was I walked in with my ID, and said, "I am this person." All right, which account do you want to put in?
No, they have all your information with.
I know, but that feels so. It feels like a lack of proof of stuff.
Having your ID with a photo of you on the ID.
Yeah,
with your.
But they don't have a record on their end of something.
They know your driver's license number.
They have the driver's license number, but they don't have a physical. Like it used to be everything. Like they wanted something in paper because it's money moving. Yeah. But it was just like I don't know. It felt really weird.
The last time I went to the bank was actually recently when I went to watch the eclipse because I had to check to cash that I got from tax stuff or whatever. Oh, not important. But I went to my bank and they like, what's your account? And I told them my account number and they looked it up and they saw that the address, I could see it on her face, was like Minnesota. And again, my closest bank to me is in Kentucky. And I go in there and they look at the account and like, can I see some ID? And I hand her my my driver's license, which is from this state. And she's like, it really is you. You've come a long way to come into a bank. And I was like, yep. Do not bank where I live. It's only a problem sometimes.
Yeah, I've only went to the bank. I had a couple questions because we were going to Germany, and I want to make sure I had the answers to some questions. And they're like, "Oh, you can go in the app and you can set up when you're going to go, what countries you're going to, just so we didn't have like a fraud alert or something." Yeah. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, well that's pretty nifty." And then I had some, and then I had because I used to have my house mortgage through my bank, but now it's through my credit union at work. And because it changed, I didn't have a platinum requirement account anymore, and so they started charging me $30 a month for my checking account. And so I was just like, no. And they're like, oh, okay. And so they like literally refunded me back like 3 months on stuff because I didn't use any of the features anyway. And then made some adjustments to make it so that I only had to pay for or go down this level that was free anyway. They would just reimburse me every month. And I was like, okay, good, because I don't want to pay $30 a month. Who pays for their checking account? I don't care what the features
It
are.
used to be a thing more common. It's not anymore. It used to be super common if you didn't have so much in your checking. They would charge you each month. And people living paycheck to paycheck, it was essentially just a poor tax. My parents had to pay.
Because they're saying if we can have your money to invest and have it like in the background, and you have enough in there, then you don't have to pay for it. But most of them are just if you have below a certain amount in there. But at that point,
it's only
I don't know, just
without money then.
Yeah, but then you can't a lot of places you can't get direct deposit without.
Without a bank.
You need a bank account for that, or they require direct deposit. My dad at his work for a while, they refused to get direct deposit because they said it was too expensive. Mm-hmm. And up until like 10 years ago, which is still crazy late.
Yeah.
And he's like, why aren't you guys getting direct deposit? It means every 2 weeks he had to go to the bank to deposit his work check. Mm-hmm. In
As opposed to just
2015 or something. That's stupid. And
no, there's some things like that are just as convenient for the banks as they are for you. Like it's just easier for them. It's less work for them, but they charge you for it because it's easier for you. And they think they can charge you for it.
Well, the holding of your money.
So
if you only have $5 in there, it probably costs them more to just keep track of it than they're making back on whatever's there. But if you give them $1,000, then that's added to their pool of money that can go in and be invested and be lent out to people and whatever.
Yeah.
Then that's helping make them money. So then it's free service. I can understand that part of it, but you would think that there would have to be some kind of like, oh, well, maybe the government covers a certain part because of,
because so many poor, like interest in itself is just a poor tax. Like people who can pay for their cars out of pocket.
Well, also
they don't have to pay that interest.
But it works the other way too. Like the rich get richer because of interest, because their ability to use the money to make money. Mm-hmm. So it works the other way around.
Here, child, go spend some money, buy more money.
No, that was one of my favorite quotes was from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, when they're like, when he was going to retire. The dad is like the judge, and they're like, but how will we maintain our lifestyle? And he's like, we're rich. Our money makes us money. And they're like, oh, and I love that. Like, we're going to be rich because we have too much money already. And I loved that.
We're rich because we're rich. Well, what do we do? We're rich. That's
as long as you use your money to make money. And there's a certain threshold where you're making 10 times everybody else's salary average in the world just off of having
like interest.
As long as you don't touch the large portion of it. Yeah, that's how people get rich.
Yeah,
it's making a lot of money and not spending it.
Like if you get rich enough, you don't even have to worry about any risk anymore because you can just start tying it to like government bonds, and then unless the government fails,
you want to diversify. But most people, they're not going to do that.
Once you get so rich, you can just live on government bonds, though.
You could, but that's most people. The more money you have, usually the more they want to keep making, and then you can start. If you're rich enough, you can start having people manage your money to definitely break bond percentages. Right now, no, bonds are pretty good. Like with how high interest rates are.
Yeah, I think
it's very good for it, but otherwise, no.
I think 1% of the population owns 90% of the stocks in the stock market.
The stock market is not. It is not. Even if you go on to like E-Trade and all those places, you're not trading at nearly the same rate, ability, with the same information that the people that are on the floor doing it.
Yeah.
Because even the ones that you have it go through like 5 layers before it even goes where everybody else is going right to layer 1. Like you're going through like 5 different brokerages and whatnot. Yeah. But that's where like the whole GameStop and stuff. It's when it's dealing with even tens of thousands of dollars in transactions, it's nothing. But when lots of people start doing those, that's where you can break the market. And then they're like, oh no, lots of people lost money, but a lot of them too, they don't put all their eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
So like the billions of dollars were lost, but not from one person, not from 10 people. It was all diversified.
That's why I was kind of upset, and I think I ranted a little bit on some social thing when people were doing that. I'm like, you do realize the people you're hurting the most aren't the super rich, because they'll be fine. It's the people who put their monies into a stock.
Their monies.
They put their pensions, or not their pensions, nobody has pensions anymore, but their 401ks were mixed into some larger fund.
Yes, because
money got put into some hedge fund.
I was going to say, I can definitely see that the retiree was putting his money into GameStop.
No, the retiree wasn't.
No, there was
a hedge fund that he put his money into.
But that hedge fund was only a very small portion. So if you're spreading it out across
for the
everybody,
super rich, yes, but for the retiree who worked his whole life and that's where his pension went or whatever, not so much.
His whole pension was not in GameStop.
No, it was in a hedge fund.
Yeah, but that hedge fund itself wouldn't have crashed from it.
Some did.
Well, that was the problem with the people that ran the hedge fund.
Yes, but it still probably affected the people who.
And a lot of those hedge funds might, to some degree, have something stating that they will guarantee certain returns because they can guarantee it. So
the thing
I don't know.
I've learned being poor is that if you ever want to climb out of it and retire someday, you have to take bigger risks than the wealthy do.
I was like, where is the L?
You didn't put it up there yet.
No,
it's hiding in the E.
It's hiding in the E because it was the same shape. I'm like, where is it? I'm trying to figure this out.
It was fun for people to shake up the market, but it's not.
It was fun for people to show we have more impact if we want now. I liked that they were able to do that, but all they're going to do is then put blocks and whatever in place that you're not even going to see in the background. And like the fact that Robinhood's big thing was like the take back investment from the big guys, and then right after that whole thing happened, they started like blocking the purchase and sale of the stock.
Yeah, because
the hedge funds and stuff were able to shut it down. Well, wait. Well, I thought this was for everybody, and suddenly we taking advantage of it. And now Robinhood is saying no. What's the name? It made no sense. It was funny. I don't mind having my 401k playing around in there, and I don't mind dropping money if I have extra money in like an index. I'm never gonna play the market. It's just no. It's stupid.
A little bit.
It's more of there are other ways that you can try to make money. The other one is I originally had considered it, but buying separate properties from the ones you live in to rent out. I originally had considered looking into that, and I will never do it now. With how the market is right now, it's like all these people buying up properties that have tons and tons of money, so that the people that want to buy a house suddenly can't because the market's drying up. I don't want to be somebody that's doing that. Is it a way to invest and make money? Sure, but you're doing it at the expense of an almost specific individual.
Yeah, and an entire generation at the expense of a generation.
Well, then you're like, do you want to buy a house? Oh, I'm sorry you can't afford it. I bought it. You can pay me to live there, though. And I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy with renters.
No, but here, I live here. That's different.
Me too.
But it's more of if you're taking away a house from somebody else for the purpose of an investment.
Yeah.
I was going to do that at one point. And then I had a conversation with somebody, and when I really thought about it, and I'm like, oh no, that's just the rich being asshole to the poor.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it is, but some people do justify it, and I get kind of the justification that, well, somebody's going to do it. Why not me? But it still makes you the asshole.
Well, and some people don't want to deal with house ownership. They have no problem renting, and that's fine. But I'm going to guarantee you that there are probably most or a large portion of people renting that want to buy but can't. Yeah, and that's I don't want to be skimmed. Yeah. So you do got a voice impression. Say nice things about Slumlord. Wait, is that me?
You are kind of a slumlord.
Say nice things though.
I need a minute.
You know what?
I just need
Every minute rent goes up. You haven't even paid this month.
No, because you won't let me.
I know. We're working.
I'm kind of upset about it. I brought it up like 6
We're
times
working out a
now.
deal for it, and I haven't done the thing that needs
out a
to do
deal that
with
makes
it.
it-
And I told him I'm going to charge him interest because of my indecision.
No.
Just buy a house building kit from the Sears magazine. You kind of can.
He lets me put the slumlord. He lets me put ponies in the living room sometimes that aren't his. That's pretty cool.
Thank you, Scratchroad, for the resubs.
My room is absolutely overflowing with horse, and I have nowhere else to put them.
I'm providing you for free a fire pit,
Yeah, but I'm the one who cut
a
chops.
whole hangout room.
Which the downstairs, the one that flooded for a year.
Yeah, and then spent a lot of money to fix.
Yeah, but I bought like that holds it up. But then you paid for it over time. That's why we run again.
I gave you a whole room. Like, no, the separate room for booze.
The one you found in the walls.
Yes. Hey, that room cost me $750.
Yeah,
Literally.
I remember digging it out.
No, like for doing the whole everything in the basement to actually have them also do that one room is $750. So yes, your closet
appreciate
costs
it.
you nothing, but it costs me money.
Yeah, but now you're gonna get mead tonight from it. So it's paying off.
Oh wow, that one bottle. Oh god,
It'd be like
I could have.
anywhere else.
I could buy like 75 boxes of wine.
They'll get there.
I don't know if I find this very funny. Michael.
My God. Let me think. I have the shower downstairs all myself. That's pretty nice.
Only because you volunteered to take it for yourself.
Well, you guys wanted the tub, and I didn't care.
No, it's more of I didn't really care either. I was going to take it otherwise.
Well, when we first moved,
Because-
you had the main bathroom, and then I had that bathroom to shower in. But then now you share it with Adam. So
Well, you do the reason I thought about taking it is because I'm already going to be down here most of the time. So then it'd be a bathroom that I'm probably going to use more as a bathroom than most people. So then it has it as a shower made sense. But now instead, you have two bathrooms.
I have a crawl hole with a toilet in it. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It probably hasn't been cleaned and like.
I clean it periodically. I'll clean it this weekend. It is due.
Do like
due.
do you have a
Be clean.
sticker on it? I remember asking the question. I'm like, Michael, if I were to do like an immediate landlord required inspection of your bathroom, what would you think? You're like, no.
I would start hammering boards on the door.
It's Derp B Mead.
I actually need to finish that tree this weekend. It's the one project I really want to do this weekend is finish cutting up that tree out back. Even though it's got freezing outside.
No, tomorrow's supposed to be 50s.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's gonna be starting mid next week. The temperature's gonna go up to 60s, but then we're gonna get rain for like a week straight, which
All the
we
more
do
reason to get
need.
it done. We do. The north of the state. Still, Michael's mead is priceless. I'm actually quite pleased with this current batch, so we're gonna drink some later tonight. Probably as soon as he finishes that. You're there. No rush.
Actually, I'm just gonna put 2 on these second word because I can't name these the same. They have to have some kind of a difference. But then when I get to the second A, it'd be A2. So might as well just play second word, make them all 2.
There's 93 there. Nah, I don't want to ever live in Florida.
Oh no! Today we actually had a frost warning last night. I don't know if it quite got that
Snowed
cold.
a little bit today.
Yeah, but it's colder up. It doesn't get. You don't go that much higher up for it to get cold enough for snow when it's like 35 at the ground. So it's not cold enough to frost, but it's cold enough for snow. By the time it hits the ground, it'll melt when it lands, but it'll still be cold in the air or snow in the air. So yeah, we actually had sleet.
Yeah.
I was hearing it hit the windows.
Well, they had a special word for it because it's a special type of sleet. Started with G. It was like, gravel, but not gravel, like ruddle or something. It's a German word.
No, I don't care. There might be a different word for it, but
It's like,
it's sleet.
frosty beer warning. Ooh, this sounds nice. The beers in Deep Rock always look so delicious.
I know, like
Beer should not look.
if I could get one of the Deep Rock mugs that isn't just a 3D print, like they have ones you can get online on Etsy and stuff. They're 3D print of almost every type now, and they look really good. They're a lot of them not colored, but they're just 3D prints.
The problem is with actual barrel mugs, which is what they are. They only hold up for so long before they start falling apart. Like they would need.
Well, those look like not. I mean, if they were like ceramic or something. But I have my two. Like I like this one a lot because it fits by a whole big can, and then the ones we picked up in Germany. I like those too.
I like the ones we picked
So
up.
I basically go back and forth between those two. I have the one other fat one that's like this one, a little shorter, and it can hold most of the stuff I want to do, but it doesn't feel as. I feel like I'm going to spill it. Like there's usually not enough top area.
Crazy thing about the Deep Rock Galactic beer too is the head is so thick it just hangs off the side of the mug, which is just ungodly. Like beer.
Yeah, and it like does it just perfectly.
Yeah.
When it's sprayed from what looks like a carnival soda sprayer.
Yeah.
Like,
Unless you have the horse, and then she makes it magically appear. She's a magical horse. No one knows where it comes from. Anybody who asks too many questions, they get whacked.
wasn't his Monty Python that did a whole thing with the people getting whacked?
Probably. There's so many episodes of Monty Python and or Circus, Monty Python's
Flying Circus.
Flying Circus, but I've only seen
We have all of them.
Yes, but we always watch the same episodes because I know there's one particular episode I've seen 3 times now at least because John loves it. It's like his favorite episode. He just wants to watch that episode. It's the one where they're like sailing through the city.
That is a good one though.
Yeah. And then it ends with him just in a bus having just gotten fired. It's a good episode, but I've seen it. There's other episodes I've never seen. But I know for a fact there's some episodes of Monty Python's Flying Circus that are just bad. But you watch those too.
I want to burn through more of them at some point. They're all really good comedy, but I feel like the best parts about them are there's certain skits that just worked really, really well. They're all funny. But if I'm gonna,
everyone knows, like the sheep in the tree trying to learn to fly,
or the parrot, or silly walks, and
Hell's Grannies.
Yeah, there's a lot of those classics that people remember.
And then there's some that are just them like, let's walk in circles around the hamster.
Or one of my favorites,
like, why?
The Twit Olympics.
Yes,
I love the Twit Olympics.
it's a fun one.
Oh, I just realized I gotta make another E.
The Killing Joke. Was that Monty Python?
Yeah.
Or was that?
No, that was Monty Python. It
Might have been Blackadder.
It was
Monty Python.
The Killing Joke was Monty Python. It was just a very long skit.
Yeah, it was a
Like
good
that for them was a very long skit, but it was a very good skit.
one. My brain, I confuse Blackadder with Monty Python sometimes because Blackadder was Roy Atkinson, which some of his stuff is pretty funny too. Most people know him as Mr. Bean.
I actually think that the Mr. Bean stuff is good, but his stand-up comedy stuff that he did was better.
Some of it's good.
And
Some of it.
his Mr. Bean came from those acts, and those ones are some of the best content he'd done for it. The rest of it feels like they just tried to drag that character as far as they could take it.
Oh, Blackadder, I think was before Mr. Bean, and it's pretty good. I've never watched any of it. I think he's doing quite well. I know. I'm 90% sure he's still doing stuff.
Oh yeah.
Roy Atkinson. That's not a good sign. Funeral home. These are just, I think he typed his name wrong, or he's just dead.
I don't know. That kind of looks like him.
Why did you type in this name?
Why?
It's just
Why when I typed in Roy Atkinson is everybody dead?
they're all dead. Everyone's dead. Oh no. Just type in Mr. Bean, yeah. There it is.
Atkinson. Or Rowan Atkinson.
No, that's it. I just call him Roy.
Okay. Yeah, he had that
So
face.
angry. He is 69. That's actually younger than I thought.
Wow, I actually thought he was much older than that. I was expecting him only married since 2014 too. No, I was waiting for him to be like 90.
Yeah, on death's door, just standing upright, like Dick Van
What's he
Dyke.
doing nowadays? Actually,
He's still doing stuff. He's pretty active, I think.
cars.
He likes cars, I guess.
He has a class 1 license. Okay, I guess he has just a fancy license. Does some fun car stuff. Plane incident.
Says one.
Pilot fainted. Managed to to maintain the plane in the air until the pilot recovered. Holy crap! That's actually kind of cool.
That's a nerve-wracking moment. I think I could keep a plane in the air. Landing a plane, that's where I'd be like, we're all gonna
Well, no,
die.
flying a plane is easy as long as nothing goes wrong.
Yes.
Because literally, you could probably just like go make a sandwich and be fine. Oh, he was in Wonka. Man versus Bee.
Very busy.
This is on Netflix.
Yes.
British comedy television series written by him too.
Yes.
Wait, they did another one?
2018, yeah. Johnny English Strikes Again. So there's 3 of them, I guess.
Are you sure?
Well, you don't have it, so it can't exist.
Oh, it's Reborn. Oh,
No,
okay,
there's
okay.
Reborn, and then there's Strikes Again. Reborn 2011.
Yeah, no, I know. I knew the base one, and then Reborn was the second one,
Yeah,
and then Strikes
you
Again.
don't have Strikes Again.
Well, yeah. Because I guess
Your Johnny English collection is not complete.
I'm gonna. Well, actually, he had a big gap in there.
He's probably doing TV stuff or whatever.
His head looks photoshopped too. And is he like reverse slapping her ass?
A little bit.
Okay. Wait. Where's reception? Gross. Ooh, 4.4 million.
The film holds an approval rating of 37%.
Wait, where is it?
Down
Oh,
to
they're
critical response.
the website Strikes Again might get a few giggles of viewers pinning for buffoonish bratfall. Oh my god! But for the most part, this sequel simply strikes out.
Not good. Not good.
Him being in Wonka, I guess I could see. But,
I think he was one of the candy execs.
but he did have a good, like, he had a 3-year gap there. He kind of slowed down. He was big in the 90s and then
He was in
kind
the
of.
Lion King, the original Lion King. Who the heck did?
Wait, the original Lion King?
Yeah, 1994. Who the heck was he in the Lion King?
What?
That's story by.
Wait, wow.
That's not the case.
How is in the story be written by that many people? It's about a lion. He's a king.
They had a lot of writers.
Starring Rowan Atkinson. What?
You would have to go to the IMDb page, I imagine, to figure that one out.
Hold on.
See, we're on an internet dive now.
He was a bird.
To Bird?
Wait, was he?
Was he the bird?
No.
Oh, he was Zazu. Yeah, he was Zazu.
He was Zazu?
I guess they got a British guy for both of those. Because in the live action, it was,
You know, now that I think about it, when I hear the voice in my head, yeah.
yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I was thinking it was somebody else, but
Well, you just didn't expect Mr. Bean.
no, that makes sense. No, he actually worked really well with that character. Okay.
Because I know in the live action they used
Because you can't have Rowan Atkinson pop in, and then it's just like, oh, he was this gazelle, and it was just a scream, and
Jim
as he got
Cummings is no surprise 'cause
consumed.
Jim Cummings is like the guy who is the voice of that thing. Like if there's a movie, Jim Cummings is in it as some character. Even when we were playing Gabriel Knight, Jim Cummings was in that one. That guy has more free time. Or I guess he has zero free time, and he's just everywhere. I'll be right back. Jesus, they're in here too.
No,
I guess.
it's for doing the lights. No, don't. It's really hard to reset that. Thank you.
It's blue.
No.
No, it's
It might. If you don't hit it just right, it has one of the other LEDs on. And it eats twice as much power. I put a little adhesive on it. I said don't touch it, then you touched it, and then you're like, "Oh, sorry." No, I did that because I'm going to be getting some other lights in here, and it does up to 5 different buttons on there. So I put one on the wall for I could turn on. Otherwise, I had to go to my phone every time, and it was really annoying. So now I can just go to my wall and go boop. Anyways, cheers, Dom. Problem is if you give Michael an inch, he takes that inch. Okay, I'm thinking this feels a little flat at the start here. I think that might kind of work for Michael, but this needs to be adjusted then.
See, you know what this was? This was that big red button. Sorry. This is a big red button on the wall.
Oh no!
This
So
says don't push.
so it has the color
Start
thing.
sweating.
But for every LED that's running on there, it eats power. And so if you have it set to exactly blue, it only eats the LED from the blue. But as soon as you go into anything else, it looks almost the same. But if it's suddenly powering another one, it doubles the power consumption. So I have to grab it off the wall because you can remove it. And I have to go underneath there and watch it just to make sure it goes into blue. And then I'm glad that if I tell you to do something, you just do the opposite.
I didn't hear it. I just saw.
I said,
"What's this do?"
I said it's light. It said don't, and then you said
But
it.
I had already blocked out the world for that point.
No, I got it because it can group them all. So that whole thing is on one, and I have other one I'm working on the floor over there, and then once I get everything set up, I can hit one button and they'll all turn on.
Can you just get one of those home things and just say blue, and then it'll just give you 100% blue?
Yeah, I could, but I hate things listening to me.
But you got your phone.
I have the microphone literally disabled at the hardware level.
Well,
When I get a call, it says, "Hey, your microphone is like completely disabled. Can you please turn it on?" And I can be like,
just so you can sell me Clorox again? Nice try,
"No."
phone.
So yeah, every time I get a call, it tells me, "Do I want to turn my microphone back on?" And I'm like, "Nope." I mean, I don't really talk on the phone much. If I do, I turn it right back off again.
But the phone's just like, but it's your mother. She's calling. She wants to hear your voice. Nope. You're gonna try to sell me like Victoria's Secret bras again. Not again, phone. Not again.
My mother
Yes, it's
is calling for Victoria's
No, the phone
Secret.
is trying to sell you Victoria's Secret.
If my mom calls like, "Hey, how's it going? Good. Do you need any panties?"
She's been pulled in by the corporations. The phones are taking over.
If my mom starts talking about laced anything,
Just click
I'm out.
the phone, put it back on the receiver.
I love you, mother, but no.
Just no. No, I think that's one of my favorite scenes in Project Horizons. It's just she runs into the big red button scenario and it says do not push. It's like there's like this whole dialogue that goes in her head. It might explode the ceiling and kill us all, but it might also do something cool. Just never know. I think they had this thing in bathrooms in Kentucky, and my mom actually ran into one where she went into the bathroom and there was just a button on the wall that said do not touch, and she pressed it because of course, and a disco ball dropped from the ceiling and she won like a prize.
That's poor reinforcement. Like, you win if you do what you're not told to.
Rebel against society.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then I think my sister, she was in the same bathroom. Well, she found out about the button because she was in the same bathroom and she was coming out of the bathroom and somebody was just standing outside the bathroom and said, did you push the button? She's like, no. Back in there and push the button. And yeah. So they were also encouraging people to push.
You shouldn't encourage people to break the rules.
Yeah,
like, because it could be like, what if that's like the power switch running the owner's life support on the other side of the wall, but they couldn't move it.
They couldn't be bothered to move it.
Yeah,
it's like,
so they put it on all pieces.
Everyone will simply.
They could put a
respect our side.
So they put a post-it note.
Oh, Grandpa's dead because people don't respect post-its, and we're also too lazy to disconnect a button. Woe is the world. Where have we come to? It's wonderful. It's wonderful. What a wonderful world. Needs more derpies.
Okay. So now.
It's a little derpy.
Oh. So, I mean, they all do delay on coming up. But I feel like it needs to be delayed even more.
Now the big thing is my family's talking about going and doing another like cabin thing, but all I'm thinking is we're all just gonna stay inside. I'm not gonna actually go out. I mean, I don't want to go like on a huge adventure or nothing. Not necessarily. I would like maybe a trip in a canoe where the canoe's carrying me, but like fishing or just sitting by a fire or something is nice. They're gonna go inside and like turn on their PlayStations and like that's.
Well, we've talked about doing that, going up to the North Shore and getting a cabin.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
But it would be like a 10 or 12 person cabin where we can still do board games and whatever, but then during the day probably take like 4 cars to get up there, but then break into groups and do whatever we want in the area, because there's a lot of natural stuff to see, there's a lot of historical stuff to see, there's a ton of breweries. I
definitely would want to get a fishing license if we were doing that.
But well, North Shore's a little tough though, because it's like saying getting a fishing license to sit at the ocean. This isn't just a standard lake, this is the equivalent of an ocean.
Yeah.
So like when you look out into it, you cannot see the other side. So you can't just like sit at a pier and throw a stick.
Well, there's piers on the ocean.
Yeah, but you have to go and get a boat.
Canoe.
On an ocean?
We can put it on the lake.
No, I don't know about that. And it had to be broken into groups for who wants to do what when. But those are like $1,500 to $1,600 a night. But when you're going with like 12 people,
I want to catch some fish.
It's not bad. And it has a fire pit.
I like fire pits.
But they're also very nice. They have like multiple living areas within it, so you can break into different things or use or whatever. No, it actually, I wanted to do that, but the cheapest time to go is like May, because up north, it's still pretty cold. It's going to be like now temperatures up there, which might not be so good to be on a lake. But you never know. You could roll the dice. Maybe suddenly you get 70s.
Yeah.
But you have to schedule that like a year ahead of time. And I was going to do it for this year, but then
Yeah, like the the cabin trip I'm talking about, we're planning on doing for my birthday next year. So I tried to convince them to come north because they want to do it in July, but they don't want to like go too far from their houses. And I guess I kind of get it. They have kids, so they don't want to be stuck in a car with kids for more than 5 hours. But
you know what's really annoying about being somebody without kids?
what's that?
Dealing with people with kids.
Yeah.
Because like it feels like everything, and I understand it, like the more people you add to something, the more complicated it gets no matter what. But kids definitely complicate things. And from the perspective of somebody that doesn't have it, it's like, okay, well, nothing is ever a decision that you can make anymore, which I guess that's being a parent. But I'm not a parent, so I don't want to have to do that. If I don't have a kid, I don't want to deal with
I
that.
want to have a kid. I just want that kid to like sit down with a beer and watch Golden Girls with me for a couple hours.
How old are they?
They just got born. They're a kid.
They just got born.
They just got born.
Put it in their little bottle.
Yeah. Then we just like talk about like the day, current events.
Wait, the kid can talk?
Yeah. Beer helps. Opens them up. Social lubricant, whatnot. I think I would like having a kid, personally. I just, it is a lot. It basically, you're not gonna be going in anywhere doing much for a while. Unless you have lots of money. And you just get a nanny to raise them. And then you can
Is that what you're trying to save up for?
And then you just point at the kid, somebody who sometimes be like, that's mine. And then it tries to talk to you, and you'd be like, take it away. Go in the garden.
Go in the garden?
Yeah, I'm rich. I got a garden. A greenhouse. Got some exotic animals in there that poop. We got a guy for that too.
Wait, you have a guy that poops for you?
No, we got a guy who cleans the poop.
Oh. I thought you were just like, I need to poop. Please.
I poop in the garden. There's a guy who cleans it up. That's how rich I am.
It's like the Rick and Morty toilet.
It's a nice toilet. What would I name the child? I thought about that for a while. I only ever thought of a good girl's name though, that I really liked, and it was Zoe. I like Zoe. I think that is a good name. I really thought about a boy's name.
Look at that. You like how that works?
It is fancy.
See, it comes in and then when it goes away. This is why I just wanted to do the 3D letters. Zoe is we named the kid?
Yeah, I like Zoe for a girl. Anyway.
Well, it depends. My first kid, their name would be number 1.
Yeah.
Kid number 2, number 2.
Number 2.
Kid number 3.
Number 2 is going to resent you for the rest of its life. Just be aware.
Kid number 3, number 3.
Yeah.
But then kid number 4 is Steve. I don't care what their gender is. 1, 2, 3, and Steve. And there's got to be like a big gap.
A lot of kids.
I don't want any kids. I like the it's financial and time freedom for the life that I have.
If you're rich and kids. But like if you were rich.
But rich, it means
but
that other people spend the time with your kids.
Yeah. You don't have to.
Well, that's called being an uncle.
No. Because even when I show up as an uncle, they're kind of annoying. My phone just rang. Maybe somebody wants to have kids. You never know.
If it's your mother.
No, she wouldn't text. She would call. Cider Fest.
Wait, Ciderfest wants to have kids?
I'm like,
why did Ciderfest message? Did they just put out a message to everybody?
Messaging things.
Oh, they put out a thing. I guess they're looking for volunteers. Wait for Cider
That's all.
Fest. Oh, that's for Windy City. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Cider
It's the
Fest.
same thing. Anyway, I guess you want mead, huh?
Oh, sure. It's not dry stuff, right?
No, I'm gonna throw that crap away. It's not even that it's dry. It's got too much preservative in it. It tastes. I got the measurement
Yeah.
wrong.
Put it up to there. I want to make sure it kind of goes above. Well, I don't. It depends. Like, he'll probably die down a little bit. Actually, I need to get his third thing. But my phone is ringing. Maybe someone I have kids. Shayla, the name is so awesome. You have to say it twice. Shayla. I worked with somebody named, or I probably don't want to say it, but they have a spelling of a name that is the only time I've ever seen it spelled like that. And anybody, if they were asked what their name is and they gave it, you'd be like, and you wrote it, you would never assume it's written that way. And it's got to be super frustrating. I mean, if you actually say it the way that it was written, it does sound the same. It sounds exactly the same, but it's like, why? It's like somebody that wanted to add as many letters possible to the same thing to make it sound the same. All right, so we need, that took a little bit to get that letters done, but so when he comes up, it'd be like, so the idea is he'll be like roaring. I probably want to pull his arms back a bit more. Might even yank him back a bit more. Oh, I just decide to this Sunday, if we finish Endling, I'm going to start playing Pacific Drive. So, because I was looking into the game and it's very story rich, but it's still like you're driving in a car and stuff, and it looks really interesting. So I think that'd be kind of fun. So that was what, if we finish Endling, which I'm not sure how long that game fully takes. Oh no, I just did the full, like, everything change. It's not what I wanted to do. It's so interesting. Yeah, well, I saw Story Rich, and I think some of the best streams are the ones that have at least a direction. Like playing a roguelike is, I like doing that, but I don't think it's as entertaining. And but it just looks different. And I really like different. And they had it at like 36% off on Humble Bundle with my discount. So I felt like I might as well. So yeah, so once Endling is done, which I'm going to guess it's like a probably 8 or 9 hour game. So it might take, we'll see how long it takes for the next stream. But then we'll do that. That doesn't work. I want to play it, but laptop says no, and I've been trying to watch any YouTube videos to try not to watch any, but I think I'll pop in. Well, at least you'll be able to watch it from beginning to end for somebody that literally knows nothing myself. I watched a little thing, and all I know is that there's nobody you actually fight. There's no enemies. It's all environmental, and you have a car. That's all I know. I like that. It's just so different. And I'm normally not a car type game person, but I think that looks neat. So
the carbonation's a little light, but I think a bit more time on the shelf will help with that.
That's fine. What I picked up? I did pick up a different game today, more for like when we're doing local games. But I picked up Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge.
Oh, that's a good one. Turtles in Time and Shredder's Revenge are both really good.
Yeah, it's the full remake, and it's rated like 96% positive on Steam. Mm-hmm. They have a full campaign and everything. Like, it looks really good, but I got it for local co-op stuff. It was like $13.
Not dry at all. This is the berry stuff, yeah. There might be a bit of sediment in it.
The black stuff?
I didn't see any black stuff in mine.
You can't say that. There's a bunch more at the bottom, but it could be from other stuff, so who knows? Just a little bit of cancer is fine.
Fine. What do you think of the taste?
I think taste is good. I think that's really good. It's
I like to see a bit more carbonated.
because this is the mixed berry, right?
This is the mixed berry.
It definitely tastes mixed berry, but a lot of the other ones you've done with fruit tastes artificial for berry. This is the right balance of honey with the berry, where it's almost borderline.
It's all 100% real juice.
If it was any more berry, I wouldn't like it,
Yeah.
because then it was getting into that bad point. This is the maximum amount of berry I'd want.
This is Old Orchard juice. I think they
Angry Orchard?
No. Old Orchard is not the super expensive juice, but it's not the cheap stuff either.
No, I was just telling them for next stream, we started Endling, and I'm going to still finish that, but otherwise I'm going to start playing Pacific Drive.
There's something about a car.
Yeah, it's a story-rich game about going into an area. I guess the best equivalent I could give you is like Control, where things are just really fucking weird. But your only thing you have is a car.
Okay.
Actually, the one comparison was Chernobyl with a car.
Okay.
Or not Chernobyl. The Chernobyl, or no, Stalker. The Stalker video game. But there's no enemies.
Well,
It's all just about really fucking weird things.
but Stalker was all about that one guy who was always like,
I know, but it's just it's a weird game with anomaly, weird things happening. But your main thing is a car. You have a car, and you bring a car, and you can upgrade the car.
actually playing Stalker sometime as a group would be fun. It's free.
The first one?
Oh no, what am I thinking of? Where there's one invisible dude and then there's 4 people trying to find it.
That is not what I'm thinking.
Not what you're thinking.
No, Stalker is like the Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Oh, okay. I must have never played that one.
No, I tried playing Stalker once, but the head bob with the camera when running made me so motion sick. I was 5 minutes into the game and I quit.
Yeah, that's rough.
I had to find a mod, and it took me hours to get this whole thing set up to remove it. By then, I literally got so frustrated I just never played it.
Never played it.
They've done updates and whatever and other things that made it so it's a lot better now. If Gravity Falls was sealed off by the government and the car is Mabel,
Okay, so the car's fun.
I've never actually seen Gravity Falls, so it's.
I know what I can't say nothing can get upset, but
No, I don't. One of my pet peeves is hey, I've never seen this thing. You've never seen this thing? Why haven't you done that
I
before?
stopped myself.
Like, because things take time to watch.
Whatever. You got another butt time.
Butt time?
Butt time. No, I'm super into the Fallout show right now. That's the one show I want to watch.
The Fallout show is very good.
I'm enjoying it.
And considering, with you and
I already have
Nolan
theories.
both being Fallout nerds, if you can get a nerd of that specific universe to not only say it's good, but it's great, that's a huge compliment.
I think one of the things about the other thing
No Sunset Bad
is besides Pony, obviously, is Half-Life. And a while back, they came to Gabe Newell with a proposal for a Half-Life Netflix series, and he turned them down because he didn't think it would work. Then there was talk of a Portal series, but I don't know what happened to that.
The problem with the Half-Life series is anything you do would have to fit in that universe, which means they have to write it to ensure that anything they do previously, currently, and in the future work with that content. The 3D probably wouldn't work. Nowadays, I think they could 100% make it work, but they would have to drop the budget that they did for the Fallout series. And that, I bet you, what was the budget for the Fallout TV show? I'm actually kind of curious.
If the main character was Barney, I could see it working. No other way could I see it working.
Like the dinosaur?
No, not yes, the dinosaur. You know what? Yes, the dinosaur.
That's season 2.
Season 1 probably had a smaller budget than season 2, I'd imagine.
Of
course, they don't have to remake a lot of the
153 million. No. Yeah, for the time that was put out, 153 million. No, I actually could see the second season. It was the same budget, but you wouldn't have to increase it, even if it was successful.
Well, you've already got a lot of the props too.
You already have done all the work for getting many of the people in there for the marketing. Now I feel like they don't market it as hard or whatever. But yeah, actually, if anything, because of inflation, you would think that if they didn't increase the number, it's lower.
Yeah, a little bit.
But I believe, like, wasn't it
20 million
an episode?
An episode, yeah.
So this one was 160 million, which costs more.
Slightly. Well, we're talking millions, so.
The only reason I could see it being more is some of those 3D scenes were long and unique and different, but very nice.
Yes.
I'm still working on finishing that book. I am really liking how it's going so far, but the more I read the book for Three Body Problem, the more I want them to really finish the series. But I'm also like,
what do you want them to finish more, the Three Body Problem or Expanse? If they were actually to go back.
Oh, that's a hard one. That's difficult because Expanse would only be finishing the last 3 books of a 9-book series, where finishing Three Body Problem would be finishing 2/3 of the series. So instead of 1/3, it's 2/3.
Yeah.
But it depends. The original with no compromise.
No compromise. Why would they compromise?
Because the 30-year gap in Expanse.
They just let their hair go gray. Reduce the amount of makeup they put on them. Besides, they're a few years older anyways, it would kind of work.
If they could undo Alex's actor being creepy.
Creepy is a nice way to put it. Yeah.
And were to have him back without issue, mainly because then that would work better within the book, even though Alex had a small part later. It kind of does matter for the story. I would probably go Expanse.
Okay.
The Laconia arc in Expanse is the best arc. Laconia is super cool.
And they did Strange Dogs, so they set up...
And the Strange Dogs is the best part of the Laconia arc, and they did that at least. Oh, it was so perfect.
No, they set it all up to keep going, but then they didn't.
Because, like, they look at the spaceship in the sky, and, like, literally that spaceship is the coolest thing in the series. Because, like...
Maybe they're just letting the actors age a little bit.
I'll give an ever so slight spoiler because it doesn't matter in the long run. That ship has a gun that uses an electromagnetic shock that's like so strong it can melt things. So like nothing can prevent it.
So plasma.
It can essentially launch a nuke using like antimatter electricity type whatever that just is like. There's nothing that can stop it. Literally, and the ship itself self-repairs. So anything you hit it with, whatever. But there's a cool scene with Bobby with the ship that's really cool too. So it's Three Body is really, really good, but it's more of you're invested in the characters for Expanse. While Three Body, you're not as invested in characters. You're invested in this science in there. Is realistic, but also very fantastical.
I'm very interested to see how they deal with the problems that are coming. Not so much the individual characters, but the overall story that's playing out.
It took until halfway through book 3 for me to understand why in the TV series they had that giant paper boat floating out in the water when they were talking with the people. Remember, like that imagery that actually has meaning.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until halfway through book 3, and I'm like,
No, like the imagery I took from that was just that no matter where they are, they'll still.
no, it has deeper meaning. They are prepping to go all the way through, and it's funny.
Now they might still bring Expanse back, but like you said, there's a 30-year gap, so they just gotta let the actors age up a little bit.
I've only watched a few clips. It looks so freaking awesome. If you talk, it depends if you're talking Expanse or not. Expanse is great, awesome. You'll love it.
It's got bumper stickers.
And the nice thing was it's 9 books, but they're kind of the main sequence of the story is broken into 3 parts. So books 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 5 through 9. They've went through 1 through 6. So there already is a very good capstone to the series right now, but they did not write the end of the series as a way of saying we'll never have more. They actually brought in an actor to play a part that means nothing for books 1 through 6, but only matters for 7 through 9, Duarte. And they have the actor in there. They actually like build up this whole other like threat and show it all in like, they don't hide any of it. They still lead it up as if there was to be another season, but without it, if it sucks, but it doesn't feel like you're missing as much because it still was a nice capstone.
You know, speaking of shows and Fallout and whatnot, I know at least one person who got back into the Fallout fever besides Nolan over there who's foaming at the mouth apparently. Was Nightly. Because he contacted me yesterday asking where he could find my Little Pip mod. Because he wanted to play Fallout again with Little Pip.
I've kind of wanted to go back and play Fallout 4. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, you can go play Fallout 76, but I've went through that twice since 4 now.
I'd rather play 4 again than 76. No offense. I mean, some offense.
My problem with 4 is getting it started. Yeah. The best part of that game is once you're a third of the way in, you already are basically on free exploration, but it takes so long to get there.
My favorite part of that game is the very beginning within survival mode, where you're drinking irradiated water and scarfing down any bit of food you can find.
You mean the salesman comes to your door and you have to go like find your magic son that's not like the story for that
magic son?
Because he's older than you.
He's older than you because he got pulled out of cryo before you.
I know, but it's like, oh, I'm your son. I'm like, wow, I saw that coming. Like, it wasn't very sneaky.
I didn't see it coming. First time I played. I was like, oh, I didn't get out of there until like 50 years later. 50, 60 years later. I didn't think the story in Fallout 4 was great. It just wasn't as good as 3 in New Vegas.
The story wasn't so great. The environments were very good.
Yes.
Like the giant exclusion nuclear drop zone that was like super dangerous to go into was unique. The city area was also very well done. 76 had an area kind of like that in the southeast, but I feel like 4 still did it better.
4, I think, would have been amazing if the main character you played and the main story you followed wasn't that of the Vault Dweller, but of Nick. Like, go back to when he first gets dumped into the wasteland and, like, everything he goes through. Like, it would be a weird perspective taking a Fallout game, a synth robot, since that's the game they're introduced in. But his story is far more interesting than the main characters in that game. And he tells you the whole backstory.
But the main, I feel like though that's almost done purposely. The side characters should have the better story because it's more fun watching him from an external perspective. I feel like the whole game is built around a single story, but I like that you can have this like merging. I feel like the side characters always have the best stories, and they should.
I just like the idea of starting the Fallout game as Nick, the original Nick.
Is there a mod
in the flesh? No.
Have you checked?
No, that would be a difficult mod to do.
I don't know. It's been enough years.
But just like you're just a dude. Like, I got to get back to my kids and wife. It's like, well, we just want to do this little thing. We want the best minds, blah, blah, blah. If you just sit here, we'll scan your brain. You can go home. And you sit down in the chair, you close your eyes, and when you open them, you're just dumped in a pile of broken robots. You're climbing out, you don't know what's happening. You look around and suddenly you realize you're made of metal. And just that opening alone for Nick.
It'd kind of be similar to New Vegas.
A little bit.
It's like,
I mean, you weren't a robot dumped in a pile of other robots.
yeah, you were dumped in a grave.
Yeah, but you didn't wait. You didn't wait.
You shot in the head, dumped in a grave, and then woke up amongst a pile of corpses.
You were flesh and blood a minute ago.
Nate the Rake.
Nate the Rake is better. The guy he was chasing. I can't remember the name of the guy he was chasing.
I can't remember New Vegas very well. So like,
if you don't remember New Vegas, play New Vegas.
no, I played it a lot. I put a lot of time into. How many hours did I have in New Vegas? Actually, I'm kind of curious. Oh,
Where's Pyro?
New Vegas.
Mew. That's a mod, I'm sure.
I didn't check for the notch. Well, I don't want to look at a picture. Where's my time on this? I have 93 hours.
That's nothing. For New Vegas, that is nothing.
Actually, so I was playing it, and what made me stop was Zion DLC. The Zion DLC I thought was boring and whatever, but I had been to Zion, and I will say visually, very good. Very close to the stuff in the area there. Some stuff was actually very accurate. It was just not as fun.
I felt like it was a decent way to kind of... It was an epilogue, is what Zion is. And I thought it was a decent epilogue.
Was the crater with the robots, was that one in New Vegas?
Yes.
That was a really good one.
That was a good one, yes.
With the meaty flesh fingers or whatever.
New Zion is the epilogue for the game.
Yeah, I
think for what it
I didn't
is.
like that as much. But visually, I literally played that like within a year of coming back from Utah and being in Zion,
Yeah.
which was just goofy. And I feel like visually it was actually really good. But I just I didn't find as much entertainment in that DLC. Not a pro, and maybe it's worked better for some people.
I think
Whatever.
It works well for people who are really entrenched in the lore.
Yeah, I know, and that's fine. It just didn't. But by that point, I was well through the game. I've already done the crater, the big empty. What it was?
The big MT.
Yeah, big empty. That's I just said it
big
quicker.
empty.
I'm sorry I didn't say it. Look at this derpy.
You're gonna get that derpy. Go get it, grab it.
Some of these little like nuanced movements and stuff when it comes to fingers just take extra time. I want to make it look like when you're doing like this with the fingers, it's kind of like an unnatural movement for the fingers that makes it seem creepy and unreal, which is perfect when it comes to Michael.
No. When it comes to Fallout DLC, the one DLC I always didn't want to do, it was good DLC and I loved it and everything in it, was Point Lookout for Fallout 3. And spoilers for a game that's at least 20 years old at this point, which makes me sad to say it out loud, but you lose part of your brain, and even though it doesn't really affect your character in any way negatively, because I guess they just took a part out you weren't using.
Which part of your brain do you not use?
I don't know, but the part they took out.
Like I don't use that part of my brain. Your left arm isn't moving. I'm right-handed.
Sorry, Jelly, that you're still playing 3. But that part always
I will
disturbed
say,
me.
hold on.
At a certain point, Luke Skywalker's father is Darth Vader. 2008.
The game came out 16 years ago. There's a certain point where you shouldn't need to say, be careful. Yeah.
But yeah, that part, it just bothered me. And I would always hold off doing that DLC till the very end. Because it was great DLC. I just hated that part. I wanted to pick it up and stick it back in my head.
What if you grabbed a derpy out of there and ate it?
Huh? No, why would I eat it? No. No, four.
Why did that take so long?
Wait, I was processing it. You wanted to do four.
No, I couldn't because there was going to be your mask.
Stupid face. Is this not stupid enough?
No, well, actually, I would say it's been kind of slow because all this text took a little while, and then I'm just doing the last keyframe. I think we're almost at I'm basically at the point now where I can do it because I'm gonna basically make it kind of shake, like you're flexing muscles and stuff. So I think I can probably start moving forward with that. Anyway.
I'm glad to say this meat is alcoholic.
Let's go fly swatting derpy. I have to load into a different one, so we'll see. You made your primary base in the dinosaur hotel. I did too, because the giant dinosaur was fun. I'm gonna go use the restroom though, quick. No base to work from.
I don't know that I really ever settled down in one place. He's using the restroom, guys. Can we? Remember that's got the cheerleading outfit. Let me fix this. I didn't want to take off her clothes. Oh, her clothes keeps coming off. Not my fault, guys. Where? Really needs to get rid of that. Rainbow Dash, got Kiss This Rarity. What was in there? And then Really outfit.
No smooch.
Get it though. It's Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash.
Oh wait, you're doing stuff. Wait,
No, I'm not.
no,
You should hit play though.
I like that. I get out of the bathroom and it's just silent, and so I grab Rainbow Dash, and it's still silent. And I put Rainbow Dash around the corner. Silent.
Rainbow Dash.
I know, I'm like,
You should hit play on your keyboard. Wait, I wasn't expecting that. That's not what I intended to happen.
what did you intend to happen?
I want you to carry your whole body around and stretch your head off.
What have you done?
I don't remember.
like, ooh, take a look what happened. Oh no.
I didn't get a chance to test it. You came in too early.
I gave you extra time as I grab a Rainbow Dash.
He's hanging out. She's got her.
Rarity, put Rainbow Dash back. Put Rainbow Dash back.
No. But it's like you get the cranking noise.
And like, she's getting a tire change.
Yeah. Amazing. See, that's your stupid face. Good job, you did it. Brady's gotten aggressive. I ship it. Good ship.
This is love.
That's.
That's all you did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't exactly have a whole lot of time now, did I?
Wait, were these the two that were already there?
Yeah.
Or did you pull them from something?
Oh, they were already there.
Oh.
You making your off stream videos?
Oh yeah, okay, now I remember. It was Rainbow cheering on Rarity drinking. Okay, I'm like, wait, that looks like two.
Crunk?
Is Crunk with a C?
I don't know.
I think it's with a K. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what
Crunk.
old millennial phrasing is for something when we're already 2 gens past that.
Yeah, but if you ask like a young person, they're gonna be like, "That's called whistle," and then you slap them because they've been possessed.
Is
by the
it's
demons.
on fleek? Is that? I mean, is that still a phrase the kids use?
Can't even use that. Except kids on like 90210.
All right, but we're doing. Oh, when I do look up, it says Michael, stop violating that mare.
What? I don't remember.
Realized my PS4. This is still in storage 2 states over. Storage 2 states over. My copy of Fallout 4 in New Vegas no longer archived. Oh. Does loot despawn in Fallout 3?
I don't think so. I think if you drop it, it's forever.
It's a single player game. I could see that. A lot of those that have that problem, though, I know a lot of or Skyrim used to have that. No, was it Skyrim? No,
Skyrim was forever drops.
no, not Skyrim, but the one before that, Oblivion.
You could forever drops in Oblivion. No, I know Morrowind.
No, in Oblivion, I had a thing where I was trying to collect all the bad religion people, cult people.
Yeah, okay.
I was collecting all their robes. I don't know why. So anytime I killed them, I'd take their robes, and I had a house in the middle of one of the cities. And when you went into the room in there, it was this instance area. All the robes I had already threw around, and so when you came in there, they all popcorned. So like the game would stop for a second, and then the whole room would just robe was flying everywhere, and they'd all eventually get stuck behind the bookcase.
Yeah,
Because it was like a corner bookcase, and they'll get launched over the edge, and then they started filling with robes.
that is amazing. Why you did that?
So
Beyond me.
was people was it in Starfield collecting sandwiches? I think it was.
It has something to do. The thing about Starfield, I think that bothered people is they had been trained in every Bethesda game to just hoover up everything. Especially in Fallout. And then they're just like, stop hoovering up everything. You don't need everything. It's just there to be aesthetically pleasing. And people are like, but we can pick it up. We want to pick it up? Saw Barney the dinosaur.
There isn't a fly swatter.
That looks like it could swat some flies.
This one looks good because if we miss, you can just.
Kill the person next to you.
Well, but if you turn it sideways, for
Oh, Derby's got a collar.
what are they doing?
No. That just looks wrong. Derby's got a collar. Discord just T-posing directly
Why should
behind
I
her.
call her?
Look in the view window.
Oh,
Discord's just behind her like, yes.
T-pose for dominance.
Trying to get away from that. What did you intend to happen?
I'm trying to think of a good way to make him like the fly swatter bit work.
He's got like that Winnie the Pooh hand there.
Oh, maybe I should have grabbed the other hand.
Been watching this like D&D thing where there's a guy who's playing as just a clown, and it's pretty funny.
Like the not mega crit. Is the one group that does a lot of that.
I can't remember what group it was. It's one I'd never seen before up until recently, but there's this one dude who plays like a demonic clown. A lot of his jokes are it's kind of funny. It's all puns.
Chuckles the Clown?
Chuckles the Clown, yes. You're familiar. Legendary.
Well, Chuckles the Clown also seems like a very generic.
Yes. I think I watched a video where he came back to life by possessing somebody else. It's like, I've reformed my clown flesh. And it's just like, he's just a clown. Like, that is his species.
His species is clown.
Yes, his species is clown. He's like, I can't take off my the flesh gloves. So they're just part of him. It's funny. I enjoy Chuckles.
I'm going to commit various war crimes.
Yes. But they put them to animations. That's what makes it very entertaining. Oh no. Spin the camera. Just I saw that. I'm like, oh no.
he's like, ooh, whack.
Smack. What kind of videos he makes, guys? That's where we're at now.
Like, oh dear. Look at that.
Holler a second ago. And
I'm getting the vapors.
the vapors. You would get the vapors.
Now we need Derpy to be small.
I tried to do a clown voice once. It
wasn't good.
It was good.
No.
It's like, I'm a clown. I'm gonna murder everyone.
It was the perfect storm of.
It was a bad comedy.
It was a story that we read at Bad Fanfic that was dialogue only for two people. So it meant that it was only two people reading, no narrator, nothing else, and it was a decently long story, about 4-something pages, and we were doing audience requested accents or themes, and he got clown and the other character got monotone, and it ended up being long.
Because clowns work in quick puns and jabs, not in long narration.
Yeah, it was a perfect storm of bad. That's why I don't do that one anymore. I think that was Pinkie Pie Explodes. Because situations like that could occur. Like, it's also why I know now narration stories or dialogue only stories work, but why 2 character only stories
It
don't.
has to be a group.
You need a break. You need something to break away. The best stories tend to be about 1/4 narrator, 3/4 narration, preferably with at minimum 3 characters dialoguing, so that you can have usually it's 2 characters going back and forth, then something goes forward where one of the characters continues and another new character joins, then the third one comes back in. It's pretty standard.
You loved Salad Fingers. I can confirm Salad Fingers is not a clown. It is in fact incredibly creepy.
No, it wasn't Salad Fingers. I poor Ray. His first time it was a Foot Lettuce. It was a Foot Lettuce guy, and he did the Foot Lettuce voice, and I misinterpreted Foot Lettuce. It's a Burger King or some Foot Lettuce guy. It's like it was a specific voice you could do, and it was hilarious. And so the next year at Cider Fest, I said I was meaning usually the Foot Lettuce guy, but I didn't know what I was talking about, and I said do the Salad Fingers guy, and instead I completely messed it up. And poor Ray doesn't ask for clarification. He goes, what is Salad Fingers? And so he Googles Salad Fingers to find something in relation to, find some character with that. And I'm like, what is this character he's doing? And it ended up actually still being funny because he's trying to imitate a character he only just learned about in that moment, because I mentioned it and he didn't want to like think that I was going to not know what it was. And so it was this perfect storm of bullcrap.
Salad Fingers very.
But that's not what I was beating Foot Lettuce because it was very funny the way he read it. Because it was supposed to be like this emotional story or anything with like emotion, and then Foot Lettuce kicks in. It was hilarious. But yeah, I mentioned it wrong, so he came up with a different character. And it still was funny, but poor Ray was like panicking for a moment of like, wait, I'm up here and I got to figure out in like the next 30 seconds what character I'm doing.
Make up a character if I don't know the character.
No, I don't care. Anybody could have just started doing anything and I wouldn't care. But
except for clown. No, you know what? I'm just going to do clown again. If you
my
ever call me back up there.
My favorite character like that was actually Adam.
Well,
because
Jamaican and
because we were pulling different parts. He got Jamaican, and then he literally just started looking up Jamaican slang and just randomly throwing random Jamaican slang into it. He had no idea what he was saying, but it all actually kind of sounded like it worked, and it was hilarious.
What he was saying,
because it was. I don't mind if people change the wording for the story as we're reading it, as long as the general direction of the story doesn't change. Yeah. Because if you deviate completely, well, now you can't reconnect it to the story and the rest of it doesn't make sense. But if you just start adding random bull crap in that nobody really understands, then it's fine. And like some other people would actually start playing off of the things he was saying. If you get some people that are not, you don't need to be good at improv, but at least willing to try, it can be really funny. And that was just hilarious because I'm like, what? I have no idea the words that are coming out of your mouth. But he's just literally reading Jamaican slang from his phone.
I just remember the clown thing and being up on stage and reading that out in my clown voice. And I was getting tired of the clown voice too, sweating beads because I'm like, I know this is bad, but I got to keep going.
No, so I
got to keep going. I can't stop.
When you're having people read a story, sometimes they can be bad at reading the story, but what really makes them feel bad about it is if you suddenly say, oh, okay, stop, that's really bad, we're gonna stop it there.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's mean, and it can really destroy somebody's self-confidence. And so when we run into those situations, it's nice if they're a smaller part, but you don't want to do that. And so at that point it was like, we're just going to have to trudge on through because I don't want to set a precedence for this one. I know you wouldn't care as much. I think it was Lexi was the other one. I wasn't sure on them, but I didn't want to set a precedence where that was a thing that we would do, because if I cut that story short, if somebody else started in the future that had less confidence started making mistakes, people could start being like, boo, stop, because now I set a precedent. I did not want to do that. If a story has started, it finishes, unless we run out of time, which is different.
I will say, if you do want to do a story like ahead of time, if I knew what part I would be playing well ahead of time, I could find ways to make it more entertaining. Just throwing that thought out there.
That's the jokes that I try to do, though, and I don't like people knowing the stories ahead of time, because then the jokes that I might throw in there, they might have already something planned to go against that or different and whatnot. I can understand if you're somebody that's like very dyslexic and has difficulty reading, but at that point too, the whole point of it isn't to do it right, it's to do it wrong. And I don't mind if people mess up with it. And we've had some people up there that talked very softly, were very nervous on it, and the amount of patience the audience has, the amount of focus that they have, they all pay attention, they all watch, they all cheer for the people that they definitely were nervous on, and to give them encouragement. We've never had one where people were being an ass to anybody that was up there that would have been in such a way of destroying their self-confidence. Everybody that's went up there I thought was treated very fairly, and if anything, the people that were the most nervous were usually the ones that were given the most boost from the audience. People are immensely understanding for, you know, people going in there expecting cringe.
No, fanfic's fun, and it's got ponies. So
That's why it's the only one I really care about.
I felt so bad when I had to leave that one night. I know you were upset at how late it was, just in general, but I felt
people
bad.
leave and I don't even realize, because I'm focusing on the show. Because bad fanfic is a lot of work, because I have to, like, sometimes there's jokes and you have to have a time to know when you're going to do it. People are reading, but I have to follow at least somewhat through the story, because I've read it through 4 or 5 times, and so if something starts feeling off, I need to know what needs to be done. Like if suddenly I highlighted something wrong, I need to know that that's happening and who it needs to go to, so I can quickly get it back on track. If somebody does something that they're unsure of and they feel uncomfortable, reinforcing to just move on through. It's a lot of work, brain wise. Bad fanfic is like constant focus, but in a fun way.
Oh, I have another bottle of this meat up there, but this is sweet. No hair, turn bug. Would there be?
What happened to your hair?
I like this plush so much that I'm afraid to actually touch it with my hands.
You have the same plush.
But I don't ever touch it.
I mean, I would say
plush?
that's weird, but at the same time, it's probably actually good to know.
It sits up on a shelf. When I pull it down, pretty much the only reason I ever pull it down is for streams. Or when I have it in front of a stream. If these plushes are so nice, I don't want to ruin them with any kind of dirty hands. What hooves are better? How clean those hooves are.
No, I messed that up.
We'll be right back.
So he has to do it when he leaves. The disappearing thing can be annoying, but I really like it with the ghost one. Just humor tempo per paragraph 1, 2, 3, 1 through 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 description, statement, lead up, punchline, bigger statement or sarcasm. Yeah, it's weird that like we're reading Discworld and analyzing structure of the author's style and humor, discovered he is a literary tempo. It's music, writing, a lot of it, like the hero's journey is one that like almost any story that has a hero, which is most stories, you can almost always find in everything. It's crazy that most things literarily tend to be just following the same steps, the same motions, the same tempo. Yeah, there's gonna be some differences, but overall it's kind of crazy how similar they are.
This plushie has white hips. Just making that note.
And Derpy's not really.
What's happening to Derpy? He forgot how to fly. He's trying to shoo away the ground.
Did I go the wrong way with that? I don't think so. Did I go
Ghost
earlier?
fact. A ghost fact. Here's a ghost fact.
She's still shooting it away.
I heard the new Ghostbusters is actually really good and we should see it.
Is it the one with what's his face? Ant-Man.
Yeah.
But that there's a prequel to that though.
There is, and I've already seen that one.
I haven't seen it.
We gotta watch that one. I guess.
Well, then we got to watch the one with the girls.
It's not really part of the.
No, I know it's not.
It's like its own thing.
That's
What is with these wings?
she's flying. Okay, she itchy.
She's very itchy.
Close enough. It's Derpy Flight.
But I heard what's his name has actually got a pretty big role in it.
Rudd.
Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd, yes.
He's in it.
He's a brilliant comedian.
But
I love him.
Dan Aykroyd, I think, has a much bigger part in this one. Like all the original
Let's go.
Ghostbusters are in it who are still alive.
It's Derpy for democracy.
She's very itchy. Looks like she's like mastered jet power and she's these little turbines. He wants to smack. He just wants to smack with that ratchet.
Ratchet?
Racket. My brain not good.
And we're doing stupid face.
This pony has been accosted. She's not gonna leave.
Okay, well I'm gonna go. We're gonna do Derpy's.
Aykroyd's pretty good. Derpy for president. I agree. Derpy for princess.
We're gonna do Derpy's flight here a little bit backward because I don't want to puppeteers. So we're gonna
Like everybody was upset when Twilight became a princess. I don't think anyone would have been upset if Derpy became a princess. He deserves it. He's worked so hard. But what? I don't know, but she should be a princess. Princess Derpy. Yes. Yeah, he didn't play like the prequel to the new one. He was in, but he wasn't a big part. I think he has a much bigger part in this new one, which is impressive because he's got to be like pushing 80. But they got freaking what was it, Dick Van Dyke to dance in the sequel to Mary Poppins, and he was already like 90 something. So it's like, get up there and dance, Crypt Keeper, do it. That's not nice, though he is very old. I'll be sad when he's gone. But when
oh yeah, we checked before. He's still alive
no,
somehow.
yeah, Dick Van Dyke is still alive. He keeps it up, he might start actually running for world's oldest man. Wouldn't that be great? He'd have to hold on for like another 14 years, but
Okay, so here's Derpy's flight.
possible, could happen.
Derpy.
It's got the zoomies. Who here is old enough to have ever watched the Dick Van Dyke Show? Like even on like TV Land or Nick at Night. Because I am. Like, I never really liked his show when I was a kid because it was more adult focused. I was like Bewitched and Mr. Ed and Gilligan's Island were kind of my thing. Me, Nick at Night, yeah, nah, I believe you, Scope. Dude, the Dick Van Dyke Show has its own channel on Roku. Yeah, but that's probably because it's free for Roku to take it at this point. Like, no, I don't know that there's a bunch of people out there like, no, what we need to do, go watch reruns of the Dick Van Dyke Show. Because I don't think it was about anything. I think it was just like an early sitcom that revolved around a family.
Kind of like the Cosby Show.
I would think more like Leave It to Beaver, but where it focuses on the adults rather than the kids, which is even more boring. But then again, I never really
Dick Van Dyke, but at the time was kind of more an adult actor, so
yeah. I like the Red Green Show. Yeah, Red Green is good. That's
Red Green
definitely
is
elevated.
ageless. Like that show, no matter how old you are, is fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like the duct tape, like antics and stuff.
Yeah.
The first couple seasons are difficult to watch, but like after the first couple seasons, it's all gold. It was actually I was meaning to start a series on Monster Hunter where I was going to follow Toby, being Ellis, telling the stories about Keith, and I was going to use Pookie doing Pookeith, Pookie, so Pookeith, and but it was going to be Pookie doing all the things that he's talking about Keith doing, and I was actually working on transitioning the Pookie model to have the lip syncing capability. I didn't really need to have lip syncing, but more facial controls, so at least not just be boring.
Hello. Doing well. He's trying to swat a Derpy. But he's failing because Derpy is a good horse and she cannot be swatted. It's like, no. I can't get her. She's still fights. Well, this is where they smooch, isn't it? Flashlight's gonna be so upset.
Okay. Well, then we need to put on some like action music. So, YouTube being slow.
Up there. Did you fly to the bumblebees?
Actually, you know, it's gonna do something else, but I like that one. Why is it being so slow? There we go. That's just a piano one. Here, we'll do this one.
Oh.
What did I do?
What'd you do?
What did I do? I must have clicked something. Wait, why is this different now?
It's animated with color.
Oh, no, I clicked this one.
Yeah. London Cello Orchestra.
There we go. Okay. Wait, he's way too happy. Hold on.
Enjoy swatting bones. Cookie Derp.
Another Cookie Derpy. Okay, there we go. Ooh, this back. Okay, there we go. This is going
Screaming.
His one arm just pointing the other direction. He's supporting himself. He's like, hold me, Stephanie.
Get the dirt.
Wait. I know how to make this even better.
No, so many derps.
There we go. I don't know what to part Discord. He's allergic.
They bite. They got muffin juice.
It doesn't really get old either. It just kind of keeps going.
So fast.
Music really picked up there.
Yeah, he's getting aggressive.
Hold on.
Just double speed.
Music almost sounds the same speed.
It's so fast. They're like horse blurs.
Look at that guy move.
He's got to be exhausted, that old man.
Oh yeah, he's gotta be very tired.
Yeah, I think Ghost Fact. I was just
Can you get a stream where we just go through all the stupid face request streams to see what gems you have? Do you know how many there are?
There's a lot.
Like
Compilation at some point. I don't know.
so we're on stupid face file number 5, and that doesn't even, that's only maybe a fifth of all of them because all the rest are just mixed into the files themselves.
I need Ghost Fact. Fact about ghosts.
Actually, you also have one from 13 minutes ago that you did when you walked away.
No, I did that one. What about Ghostbusters?
Oh, you came back to it and saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have one. Ghosts are actually well, you phase through them, right? People just phase through them, the world phases through them. But ghosts touching ghosts, when they touch each other, they feel like a foam latex rubber, like texture, like contact feeling.
Like spandex.
Yeah, like
Spandex
like if
ghosts.
you touch the outside of one of those talking fish, you know, one of those like basses that would sing. Yeah, it's like that.
Okay.
So
Oh, that sounds
hot. It is not at all. Leave those fish alone.
Actually, if you just missed it, we just made a bunch of derpies attacking Discord. And used had a fly swatter. Right now, we're doing an overlay for the stream because we have a whole mess of them that we been adding over time, and this is the one for Michael Takeover. It's going to be a full screen one, kind of like Big Derp. I haven't seen Big Derp in a little while.
No, inside, no big dirt.
So, oh, look at it's like Michelangelo touching the thumb.
That's how.
Actually, I could probably hide. Hide Derby for now. So the idea, well, the mouth isn't going to be there in the end. We're just going to be masking that out.
A Sonder cycle.
But yeah. So we're doing Discord's gonna come up, and then we have some like lightning that's gonna flash, and the blue is we're gonna do like a blue screen or a green screen, so it's just meant to be the transparency portion, because it's like let me like this.
Big Derp. I miss you so much. Goody.
So we're doing like those kind of overlays.
Flight of the Derp Bee. That's my pun.
So okay, so you can come up and be like, but then do you do anything to follow up after that?
I thought
Due to a compilation stream
derpies.
going through all the old super faces that make Nutley cut them into shorts, still paying him half empty beer cans. Half empty. That implies that I didn't finish half my beer.
Yeah, that's wasteful.
I think it's for recycling. That we could probably do that at some point. That probably could be up to a whole stream. At this point, the problem is trying to find them all, because like some of them, like I know Naysayer was one that we just started breaking them off. So like Studeface 2, I don't know where Studeface 1 is, but and I think football was where we had changed over and we started making the separate file because it just became like I was losing track of where stuff was.
Sonder, I will tell you right here, I've been sitting in this seat for years now, watching this amazing animator make animation step by step. I have no idea how this program works. I'm pretty sure it's sorcery. It's just plain up witchcraft. Yeah, he's a witch. Now you know.
No, an actual professional animator would do to me a much better job.
Have you seen G5?
No, but they're on a budget. I don't have a budget or restriction or time.
Yeah, your
restraint.
budget is nothing, so your work is better.
Depending, it's more of they are just sitting at a desk doing their job, where with this I'm trying to also make it at least somewhat entertaining as we go, sometimes deviating from where we are, where depending on the job they might be more of an asshole.
Sorcery filmmaker, exactly.
So sometimes, like, it's not even like where I can say like well, if I need to do this, I do this. So half the time I don't know what I'm doing. I literally have no clue. It's just over time you start knowing innately the right buttons to start hitting. I've had so much, like with Derpy, her doing her chewing bit. I've never done really a chew.
You did,
but I've done enough of the other ones that I just started overlapping a couple certain motions that I thought would work in a row, and then it ended up after the last one was put in, it worked.
It looked exactly like the chewing from the movie, which I thought was super
but it was just from time, knowing how things work and how things, if you overlap them in certain ways, the motions would add up, and it worked. But I had no idea what I was doing when I started it. I literally wasn't going like, what is the end product going to look like? I have no clue. It's all just the part of skill is just being able to take a random chance and have a better chance of success than somebody that doesn't.
Yeah, speaking of ghosts, I haven't seen Adam in like 2 days.
Yeah, he's in like Raleigh.
Oh, I was trying to wonder if he was like in his room dead or something.
He left yesterday morning.
Okay. I was like,
he told us.
did he?
Yeah, but I was originally telling him because I had to sit in with that auditor in the morning, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving at like 9:30." I'm like, "My audit ends at 9:30." I'm like, "Well, as long as you don't say a word and are completely silent until this time." So after the audit, when it ended very early, I went and told him like, "Okay, I'm good. You can do whatever now." He's like, "Okay." Because like, yeah, I didn't want to have him coming out and be like, "All right, see you later, dude," in the middle of an audit.
Yeah.
So.
And the world is supposed to be dead outside of the people in the audit.
Oh no, it's if it was like an internal audit, whatever, I don't give a shit. It's an external audit, and that auditor probably wasn't too concerned about. But if you frustrate an auditor, Normally you can do some weird crap and they're like whatever and you can get away with stuff, but if you do enough stuff that's pushing that and start making it look like you're purposely delaying, they can get frustrated. And I've been in those situations where they think you're trying to hide something or push something off so that they don't deal with it, to like whatever. They can get mad.
They think you're hiding something.
Because it's one, if you give them the truth that something is a problem, they'll just be like, yeah, okay, you're working on it, it's a thing, whatever. If you try to hide it, sometimes you run into some people throwing the hammer down. I've actually just run into some auditors that are just assholes right from the beginning, and you have to start walking on glass right from the start, and it's rough. But no, this guy was the same guy we've had for 8 years.
Yeah.
So I was like, it's Paul. Whatever.
He probably respects some of the work you do.
No, it's because every year we give him the same information because it's literally a recertification or a surveillance audit. So he goes, "Oh, so you guys are? Is this thing still in place?" Yep. Okay.
We're being rated.
No, cowgirl.
Look at that crap horse that he starts out with. And then we get a bunch of
Guys, attack Discord.
Well, that's the best horse. Let's go.
Hello, cowgirl. How's it going? That's a butt. Yeah, we're working on Michael takeover animation for Discord. He's like, "Rawr." It's gonna eventually just be like, I'm gonna be masking it out, so it just is Michael's face.
And the literal mask.
But for now, it's a literal mask. It'd be really fun if I could just mask around the whole face, but that would be.
You could do it with an alpha layer. It's up to you.
Why did you say this?
Because I know.
Hold on, let me
how the program works
let
well
me
enough.
check.
You could.
No. This is a 3D mask. I could.
You would still, the alpha layer would go through all layers.
No.
There's nothing.
Oh, no, it would.
It would.
Okay. The culling's off. Hello, Emerald.
If it wasn't, you could turn it off.
But we do like
You know what?
Michael's got a
I'm
nice.
just gonna say nope, impossible. Can't be done.
But yeah, we've been working on this for a while. It's just getting that text to pop up like that actually took a while because they're all individual models, and then they go away. Plus, we got to go and make Derpies attack him.
I ate pizza earlier, and it's still like got my stomach in a twist. It's like Gina Marina's. Are you familiar with them at all?
Gina Marinas?
There's like 3 locations in all of the city.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But holy crap, is it like super thick slices?
No, that was the question I was going to ask before. So, I actually got to fix one thing here, but so we have you doing the thing, but okay.
Against my will.
What do we do? Do you do anything after that, or is that literally all it is?
Unless you had me like booping a derpy or something, or grabbing a derpy and just holding it.
That's what I was thinking.
Because there's gonna be like 3 derpies, right?
Yeah, there's the spinny derp. Probably 4 or 5, but yeah, there's the spinny derpy.
I'm just going derpies.
There's gonna be a couple derpies spinning around. We got lightning bolts too. It's gonna be
Like
easy.
the lightning bolts with that color letter is gonna be hard to see. But
Lightning only goes flashing, and then it'll be good. So like the lightning would probably be. I can do that right now. Lightning's pretty easy. So let's say this is the lightning. I don't know why they are in different positions, but we're gonna position them here. Wait. Oh, it's hiding. Okay, there we go. Okay.
very easy.
So we're playhead, and then we'll grab this. We need to decrease his intensity. So when he pops up, we need to have it be really quick. And we'll do this. Stretch it out to there.
Ron, that I want more G4 episodes.
And then we'll bring this back up a bit, a little quicker.
It's upsetting that there are so many reasons that there will never be more G4 episodes. Unlike some series that have been coming back recently. properly. I feel like there's been some reboots. Like Adventure Time's never gonna die. I don't think that's just a series that they're just gonna keep making because they love it. I don't know how much room they got left to explore that world though. I feel like Fiona and Kate kind of wrapped up the last loose ends, like the big loose ends. But we'll see. What else did they bring back recently? Did you see that there was another There She Is? Remember those?
There she what?
Remember There She Is with the rabbit and the cat? They did a Derp She Is parody of it, like back in the day. Well,
I know what you were talking about.
You know, one of those.
Maybe get more FOE with the show reigniting the Fall Fandom. Not as long. I hope K-Cat doesn't do anymore. That sounds bad. Like I kind of
don't say that.
no.
You would enjoy it if they did. You know you would.
No, I
would.
I like that. It's like when you already have something at the top of the mountain. Anything they make after that's only going to be below it, and I like that is as it is, and it's spurred on a bunch of stuff. Anything that comes out could invalidate or change the canon for anybody's current content.
But more Little Pip.
Yeah, but people have already used My Little Pip, Little Pip in their
yeah, but
content
this would be
anyway.
Official My Little Pip.
Who cares? There's
Wow.
plenty of My Little Pip.
I'm just throwing shade a Little Pip. It's official. It's a like if like it's as valid as the main show. Like Fall Equestria is. Everything else is just fandom content. Like if there was another Fall Equestria, like from K-Cat, it would feel like a show revival a little bit for My Little Pony. More so than anything else short of the actual revival of My Little Pony G4.
I'm not going to do it here, but you can actually play with the lighting a little bit to like actually have it look like it's sliding downwards. I'm probably not going to do that.
I have to imagine at this point, K-Cat's not really even humoring the idea.
No, I think that what is already out there has created a basis for people to make amazing content from. And so why would we... To disturb that, I feel like would be a bigger negative than just having new. There's plenty out there. Having one more author make another story when there's already a plethora out there doesn't feel like it's valuable.
One word though. One word.
You can. The reason that you are big and love it is because it was the only one of it.
But one thing. Shipping.
No,
There
like
could be new ships.
if
There could be Little Pip could kiss more horses.
it's more of if you when you have something at its peak and then there's no more of it, it gains the status. But if they just kept making more and more, eventually you would just think of it as the thing that just drained off and no longer had things. I think it's perfect as it is.
Half-Life, or not Half-Life, Fallout itself is just always about more. And I've loved it. No, Scope, don't say that word. That word brings me.
I knew you were going to say something like that, but that is at least the same story, where it's not like it is a finished story where then more came later, where that one is, I mean, it does have its stopping points, but Little Pip meets Pip. You don't care. This is like, two mares saw each other. Oh my God.
Gotta have fun jumping on the bed together. It'd be great. I say that because Giz posted a cute picture of Zip and I think Misty jumping on a bed in a new episode. And I just took the same picture that was all cute with them jumping on the bed and put it in the Michael chat. And I said, now this image has a new meaning. Changed nothing else, but the meaning changed because it's in the Michael chat. I think that's funny. They have a Michael chat for me. Look,
It's yeah.
Derpy's changing form.
Yeah, it's a chat that all they do is post pictures of like butts.
No,
And
there's nuance.
the lewdish pictures.
It's not lewd.
It's not lewd,
Show
but
it
it's
right now.
It's implied
No,
lewd.
it's not implied.
It's implied. No,
show
something
it.
gets really weird.
It's not weird.
It's your chat. That's why it gets weird.
No, it's not. Now people are gonna think things because you thought made them think things.
Because you thought made them think. Yes. You thought made think good.
Rainbow Dash will never reach the Midnight Armory. Look, Scope, I hold out hope that the reason they haven't said, okay, this is what was gonna happen, is because there is a chance that they're gonna finish it. I need them to finish it. Rainbow Dash, go fly east. East. Which way is east? Just gotta go fly. This way. Fly east.
So, yes. No, it's that way. Because our house is at an angle.
Well, the world is round. There is no up or down. Well, not in that world. It's not exactly round, is it?
Wait, are you a flat earther?
I'm a Rainbow Dasher. It's kind of flat. It's kind
That's
of curved.
creepy when you say it like that, though.
Well, she's still going She's still going in the same direction. I just went around. It's confusing. I think they talk about that in the last box. They're like, "Am I still going east?" It's just like, well, technically it's this way now, but we ran our way around. And then they're like, you know what? Doesn't matter. We're not talking. Don't think about it.
Go to the side with the bigger thing.
Yes. Just don't think about it. Maybe. I do check it probably once a month on the Hope. I heard there's even booping in that chat.
I don't even bother because I know that somebody will tell me.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm not.
And
So I'm
you'll
not
probably
worried.
hear me screaming. Let's just check it now. Maybe. No, if you watch these streams, you could just like scream at him directly. Let's see. Definitely gonna see it there this time. Can feel it. Getting lucky. That's not the right one. Oh, my favorite words that will burn themselves into my brain for all eternity. The sacrifice and sanctuary. No, it has not updated.
Now that I know that we could potentially have Bloom, I could turn it on.
Back again.
My concern is that it's still going to be a little goofy because these words are going to be very. Actually, I don't think I can have it on. I might have to do this in 2 layers, actually. So in post, I usually add a shadow around the outside. Michael's text with the shadow would be kind of weird. And the lightning would also have the implied shadow, which might be kind of weird. I can put the bloom on for the lightning. Because it does like have a much nicer look to it when it has a little bit of that bloom. But I don't think I can have it on for this. I think I'm going to have to, because to make the shadow work correctly, render him out, have that for a layer, then do the lightning as a separate letter, lightning and text. Text's white. I'm a little weird that you can see the lightning over it. And that it makes sense in terms of layering because it is over it. But whatever. Yeah, I don't think we need to have it be where he's doing some like grabbing Derpy or something. You can have him spawn a Derpy.
That implies I make derpies.
He can like put his hands together, and then like when he pulls them apart, there's a Derpy.
Oh. But I just like the idea of grabbing derpies. Taking them back to my house.
Oh, we could just end it like after like the lightning strikes and
Good. Make it quick. Quick and painless. Scope, tell me, is the author on the Noble Jury Discord? Do they ever speak? Or have they just become like a recluse monk at this
anytime
point?
I've seen on there, I never really see them speak.
But they are on the Discord? Why am I not on that Discord? I want to stop.
I forgot what they call it. Like it's like an animal thing. I can't remember. To me, if there was a name, I'd have to come up with it. It's the FNA Discord because that's like their favorite phrase for some reason. Yeah, F''NA. I don't know how that's like phonetically said.
No, I just want to stalk this. My favorite authors all. Oh, I want to kidnap Derpy. Yes.
Sorry, I was hearing from two different sources. What was the question?
I was just asking if they were on the Discord, and if they ever talk. But the author of Australia.
There's only like two Discords I pay attention to. It's my Discord and then our group, our like local friend Discord. I literally do not look at any others.
If the Australia one blew up, you'd look at it.
No. Every now and then I get an @ from them. If I put out something new, somebody might @ me on that Discord. Or I've had them just @ me for random reasons sometimes. But other than that, like, not really.
Part of me just wants to know how it's supposed to end, but part of me never wants that day to come. Because then that means it's truly over. Because if they ever announce this is a quick synopsis of how it was going to play out, that's truly the end. So I want it, but I don't.
I think I'm just gonna like merge it as it is, and I think I'm just gonna have you kind of stand there with the derpies spinning, and then like have it like fade away, because I think I'd rather just have it be a notification than like a super long thing. Otherwise it'd be a ton of work for something that happens infrequently.
Is that what they do at the end of Ponies? They just kind of did a quick synopsis, basically saying this is how this story was going to end. The end of Ponies I never read. For one, it never finished.
It never finished.
Two, it sounded like an immensely sad premise.
It was Australia was spawned off of some of the ideas that came from that, but they never finished it. So it literally is an unfinished. It just goes until it doesn't anymore, like Australia.
Yeah,
it's just Australia's the same thing, but just went 15 times longer.
The only big story I'm aware that they finished was Background Pony. I know they finished lots of other smaller stories. He had an interview thing / podcast. He also finished the things Tavi says. Can't say I read that one or was even aware of it. I know the last thing they did was something with Spike, but that was over like a year ago now. They've gone quiet. Makes me sad.
No, they still write stories. No, we checked recently. They still write stories. It's just not Australia.
Well,
they did that one spin-off on Golden Petals.
Yeah.
But I think that was written in the other previous hiatus.
Yeah, I went back and I read it just because it had some pony in there. I think she was kind of the first love interest in the book, even though it was immensely fleeting. Tomboy pony. Oot. I think the one thing that always jarred me about that is how quickly, once she left Equestria, ponies were just eating meat. You think there would have been like a transition? Like some did, some didn't. Or there was like, I heard like off in further lands, because as soon as you got to like the Emerline, they went right back up being vegetarians. Or no, maybe they did eat meat there. It kind of seemed like only Equestria was like.
I think there was certain aspects of the story that he pre-written, but the rest of it just was kind of made up as they went, and it was like whatever was made sense for the story at that moment.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been nice if there was like a shift, especially maybe once she crossed the what was it, the desert. I feel like that would have been a better shift point from not eating meat to eating meat. Because in Equestria, that was like a huge no-no. But then you go right across the border and it's like, oh, yep. Is that a rat? Delicious. It was a bit jarring, I guess. I don't know. Because they said they traveled, the people from, what was it? Like, Wintergate or something like that?
Watergate?
No, the town. The first town she visits outside of Equestria. It's like Wintergate or something.
Winterhome?
Sure. It was one of those. Yeah, it was Wintergate. Yeah, they said some of them do pilgrimages to Equestria from there to see the princesses because they do revere them. It's still that close to Equestria. But you would think, like, just the cultural shift and eating meat casually too. You're going on trial for murdering our friends. Like,
doesn't mean they have to share that information.
It's like, there's some of the horses that can just straight up talk to the squirrels, you know. So eating them, rough.
Look at Michael. Look at Arr.
Michael, take over. Like Rainbow Dash is hardcore, never eat meat. Pretty sure she'd sooner die. So I did like one part of the book, slight spoilers. No, it's kind of big spoilers. I'll keep it to myself. But there's a good book, good parts of the book.
There's this one part really cool. Can't say anything about it. Recommend.
Australia's just so good.
Told you to start reading it. And then there's all the sadness that came with the fact that there's no more.
Yeah, last blog post was 10/10 of last year, October of last year.
So those are Z.
They've definitely gone into hiding with the sounds of it.
And this one is not Z. This one needs X.
Hope that they know that they're in our thoughts.
Okay.
And Rainbow Dash was pretty adamant about not eating meat in any situation, no matter if she didn't see it any different than cannibalism. She didn't say anything to anybody who did, because it was like, that's kind of their business. But she wouldn't touch it, no matter what. Even on the verge of starvation, she wouldn't.
Okay, so this, I'm going to see if this works. So I'm going to take spine. And we're going to say right here, we're going to lock neck. No, we're not going to lock neck 2 yet. We're going to take spine. Spine, 4, and chest. We're going to take these 3. This is stuff that I have no idea if it's going to work or not.
I made a lot of snakes, huh?
And there. We're going to say jitter. That can kind of work, but then I have to take neck 2, lock it, and then smooth it. Actually, we're going to take neck 1 first. We're going to hit it with a 75% smooth. Then we're going to get neck 2, And then 75% smooth, and the neck 3. Yeah, 75% smooth. Okay.
Was that their last post scope? 'Cause that's pretty.
Actually works.
I hope not, because that's basically saying I'm gone and I'm never coming back. Okay, good.
And so I did it that way because I wanted to have the body shake, but I didn't want the head to shake. But if I locked the top and had it move from down here, there'd be so many sporadic add-on movements that I could have moved it a lot from here and then look like a broken part of the neck. So instead, because I went 3 random, I grabbed 3 backwards and smoothed them all quite a bit so that by the end of it, it smoothed out to be hopefully standing mostly still. But I didn't 100% because I still want a little bit of head movement.
I do like the shake.
So
he's so like, he's definitely like pushing all the muscles.
that was kind of the idea.
Thrusting his gut out there.
Oh, just like Michael.
Man, I'm sucking it in for all it does me. All muscle now, just from 20 plus years of just sucking it in. Become a block.
Then the question is, do I want to vibrate the fingers?
That sounds like a lot of extra work.
My concern with doing that is so I can have the fingers shake, but I don't see the fingers shaking randomly at different speeds. I can see like they would kind of all pulse together.
Mm-hmm.
If I randomize it, I can't do that. So instead, what I'll get, and I can see if I can an example of it. I just got to find the right XYZ for that. Okay, so we'll say it's Y. Apparently this is not very X. Which one's this? Apparently that's in there too. Wait, okay. Oh, it just wasn't. Okay, X. Or is it Y? Y. Y.
I want to say stuff scope, but I'm afraid I'm going to spoil something. There's the part right before the desert is one of my favorites. When she's just talking to some guards on the very edge, because it's like the last bit of civilization she's going to see, and she knows it for a while. She just kind of hangs there, but she takes like a communication device. It doesn't survive the trip. And the ponies at that guard post, the last thing they hear is just like the scuffling and things going bad before the signal's cut. And they never hear from her again. They don't know what happened to her. I think she gets in contact with... I think there's ways they could have found out eventually what happened to her, but it wouldn't have been easy. Yeah, the sound stones. She had one on her. And they were using it to communicate with her, but then it gets smashed. They didn't find out. And that part actually, like, got to me, because wouldn't that be horrible to be on the phone call with someone and then suddenly you just hear a scuffling and screaming and then the phone breaks and you never hear from them again?
As long as you kept paying rent.
Wow. No, like, so that part always kind of stuck in my brain for that reason, because like they were nice dudes, especially the older one. Can't remember his name.
Okay, actually kind of works. The handshakes would be like that otherwise. Maybe just one layer of jitter. I have to be careful on how I do these rotations because it apparently differs. The X, Y, and Z. So this one, this one, this one, this one. So this is all the...
Got two hands that work very differently from each other.
Actually, I probably only care about the very ends. So it's all the 3s. Okay. But then the question is, it's figuring out which of the XYZs that these control, because these are all bending at a mixture. So this is Y. Is this one Y? Okay, so that one's Y.
Tea to drink or
This
something.
one's Y. And that one's Y. Give me one sec here. Thought process. And then we'll do one jitter. Actually, I might be able to do 2 on this one. Yeah, I could probably keep it like that. Okay. Okay. See you later, tracks. Oh, okay, sorry, I was distracted there for trying to focus on the thing. I'll take a tea. If you have a raspberry, I'll take a
Yeah,
raspberry.
it's just standard twisted teas.
Oh, never mind then.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not a... I thought you grabbed the other teas. I don't like twisted teas that much. Unless they're flavored.
No.
Standard twisted teas are kind of... I don't know. They
tea
taste...
flavored.
They taste very bakey.
It's tea.
No.
Oh, would you like something else?
Nah, I think I'm good. This is heavy.
It is a lot of booze in one of those. It doesn't taste it. That's why it's dangerous. I think these will be better to sit a little longer, get a bit more carbonated, get a little less sweet, because I think these are almost over sweet. But it's certainly better than last batch by a mile. I'm gonna put Rainbow back on the couch.
Wait, you're going to put a horse down?
I don't want to. Maybe I can just go in the other room and you'll just hear giggling. Why stay in there with the Rainbow Dash? And they're going as I give her tickles. Don't worry, even I regretted it.
Okay. Good.
Back in. No, Snoot! She can't breathe! No.
She doesn't breathe because she's horse.
Oh, horses aren't allowed to breathe. It's a pretty awful rule. Raw. Don't judge me, Scope. Playing fun games. Fun horsey games. It's just tickle, tickle, tickle the horse.
But you're going to go do something?
Can you just be somewhere else right now? I'm gonna go get tea. Rainbow Dash back.
There was a play I was in when I was younger, and somebody forgot what they were supposed to be doing at some point. They forgot that they were supposed to get off the stage. Their portion was done, and they kind of had a confusing moment for a second. There's a couple of moments of silence, and somebody they were supposed to be a musician, and one of the guys that was on stage with them just said live during the performance, don't you need to go play your piano or something? And they're like, oh crap, and then they left. And it was really funny, but it was like, I think they called that save of the day, because it just was like this the random call out that was still worked within the confines of the story. No, they had a stroke. He's just saying tee hee.
Tee. That's what giggling sounds like, right? Tee. Pretty sure.
You need to like deal more with real life and not cartoons, Michael.
What cartoon even does that? Betty Boop. Stop watching cartoons.
You just made a reference to Betty Boop, so that says something too.
She's an old ass man. Everybody knows Betty Boop. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop. Come on, man.
Well, I mean, I know the reference, but damn, Michael.
When I was a kid, I had a bunch of Betty Boop cartoons on VHS we used to watch. In my grandmother's house, because she didn't have cable. So, yeah, it was Betty Boop cartoons. I'm gonna see my grandmother now going, "This Betty Boop, I hear the kids like them. Kids like that Betty Boop." Sure enough. Hello, Wapple.
I should have him grab the Michael takeover words and pull them down with him. I could do that.
You could.
Like grabs him and like whips him to the side, and all the derpies go woo, and they fly in different directions.
Yes, I like the flying in different directions derpies. Maybe one flies right at the screen.
Oh no, I already have the like the leave thing. It might be a little it might be a little bit difficult because the mask requires that it is shown on both sides, and so you would see the Michael mask from the backside. That'd be kind of weird. Because I can't really not have it do that. So you just see Michael's...
Now without redoing the UV texture.
Like, look at Discord's balding.
Just like me.
He also dyes his hair.
It's also all fur.
He's also... Look at it, it's smooching.
I'm not a furry, but having fur would be pretty awesome. Just because, like, it doesn't show wrinkles.
You are a furry, look at that.
Like, an old dog doesn't look all that different from a young dog. They're less spry.
That's a furry right there.
And there might be some, like...
The broken... I think that's a
colors.
furry with TMJ.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. You might want to get that looked at.
I have TMJ.
You do, but it hasn't bothered you in a while.
Oh, no, it bothers me all the time, constantly.
Yeah. You haven't gotten your jaw stuck in a while.
Because I've been very careful now.
Yeah.
I'm very careful when I chew, and I don't eat certain things because of it. No, my jaw locks all the time. It just I haven't had it pop out of its socket like before.
No.
But I've had a couple times where I can't there's where my jaw will lock a little bit there, and I have to kind of work it out until I can pop it back out, and then I'm fine again.
Now I remember when that happened. I just moved here, and already he was like rushing to the emergency room, not without a word.
No, I went to urgent care, and then they forced me to go into emergency.
Yeah.
I couldn't close my mouth. That was what it was.
Yeah.
But apparently I found that out. My mom had that happen to her too.
Yeah.
Because she has a little bit, but when I was younger, they said based on like a certain thing with my jaw that unless they wanted to break my jaw to fix it, but that it would have all these potential future complications come up. But if I didn't, that this might happen. And they're like, we'll let him pick to what to do in the future. We're not going to break his jaw now to fix it.
Yeah.
Which probably was the better decision. Why guarantee a problem in the future to prevent a potential problem? And it became a problem.
Like, it was weird because you took off and you didn't really say what happened because you couldn't.
No, I was able to talk and do most things as normal. But
I didn't know what was going on.
But I just wasn't. No, I said what was going on.
Yeah.
I said I couldn't close my mouth. I couldn't get my. Normally, your bottom jaw goes up above your front teeth. They kind of go together. I couldn't get mine any closer than about like 2 centimeters away from each other. So imagine closing your mouth to just about 2 centimeters apart, your teeth from each other visually, and then not being able to close any further. Literally anything I did to push any further felt like I was biting into something, like there was something already in the way and wasn't able to move. It was really weird.
Sounds weird.
Yep, and they said after after $800 something spent going there for stuff and scans, whatever, they're like, just give it 24 hours.
That I never knew what they did for it. Is they you just kind of waited it out?
What happened was it popped out and then popped right back in, and in doing so it became inflamed and it filled with fluid and stuff. And so by doing such, it wasn't able to close because now it was filled with fluid and it couldn't make connection. But eventually it would be absorbed and go away. And so I just had to give it time.
Okay.
So after about 48 hours, it got better and better to the point where I could eventually close.
So you paid like $800 for them to tell you it'll go away on its own.
Wow, the American medical system.
Seriously. This is why I don't go to the doctor.
I've heard the problems of like in Canada because they have their universal one. They're like, yeah, it sucks because sometimes the one problem with universal is trying to get an appointment can suck. And a lot of times they're like, well, we'll come back in whatever days and see if it's any better. I'm like, you mean what the American system is, but you pay a lot more for it?
Yeah. And the thing they're complaining about is people without money are also getting like health care. So you have to wait behind them, and people with money don't want to wait behind. That's what they're complaining about. Not that there's a larger capita per doctor per person. It's just that people without money are also being taken care of. America. Oh, I haven't been to the doctor in a very long time.
I've been meaning to do it because if I do a yearly physical, I get a free $500, and the physical's free.
Yeah.
So it's $500 my HSA. So I've been meaning to do it just because, whatever. And if they catch, it's like other things that are wrong. They can be like, "Oh, that's a problem. You should take care of that."
I feel like if I
can make a choice.
If I go to the doctor proper at this point, it's just going to be that story from Metalocalypse. It's like, my uncle went to the doctor, big growth on his neck, but otherwise he was fine. Next thing you know, bing, boom, lights out, hamburger time.
Bang, bang, boom, hamburger time.
Yes. Oh. I got this like feeling I would walk in there and they'd be like, "Oh, there's so much wrong with you. That's gonna cost," types into their like old calculator, like $50,000 to fix it. Are you ready? It's like, no, just let me die. Leave something behind. Let people leave this world with people saying, "I miss him," not, "Oh, it's going to cost more money than he had to bury him. Oh well, we'll throw him in a ditch."
Oh no, we are.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
But if you have,
I want people I care about their lives to be better because I lived it and not worse.
but
It was
they can't.
dirt poor.
They can't force your medical bills on them if there was nothing tied to them financially.
No, but they can drain you. But they can keep you alive long enough to collect on those medical bills.
No, they're going to keep you alive as long as possible because that's what doctor's oath.
Yeah, that and the American healthcare system oath is to keep him alive so he can
No, that is literally a doctor's oath.
Yeah, but the doctors and the healthcare system aren't the same thing. They just work there. It's like saying if you work at McDonald's, you are McDonald's.
But they're not going to collect anything if they keep you alive. They're going to keep paying you in. They want you dead as soon as possible because then they're not paying your medical bills anymore. Because it's part of insurance to pay it in. But if you're not paying, if you're just paying for your insurance at your job and not going in for stuff, that's what they want from you.
They want you alive long enough to pay the bills, though. They don't have to necessarily go.
Yeah, but they're going to be.
I guess they kind of want to go after your relatives.
No, they don't want to. They want you to do nothing. They want you to sit in your ass and not go into the doctor at all, because then you're paying them for nothing.
Your company doesn't want you to go in.
No, the insurance is the one that pays for everything.
Yeah. Well, if you
your company pays for you every 2 weeks. They pay equivalent of you. Most of the time, it's a 50-50 split. Whatever you're paying in for insurance, they're paying too.
Either way, somebody's banking on you.
Yeah, the insurance is, but only if you don't. If you go to the doctor and then they suddenly have to pay thousands of dollars to cover something, now they're paying in. And if you have to suddenly take time off of work, Now they're not making any income from your insurance and they're paying for it. What they want you to do is to sit on your ass and not do anything. They want you to go in for a physical so that they can potentially get the cheap stuff done to not pay for the big stuff later. Because if you have a physical, they can go, this might be a problem in the future. Let's take care of it now because it's much cheaper before it becomes a, like stage 3 something. Ooh. So the idea is they don't want you to go in, or they want you to do preventative because it's cheaper. But as soon as you go for something big, then it's expensive, and hell, they don't care. Just die.
No, after I had a stent put in at my current job, they came to me and talked to me for a while, like, yeah, no, you shouldn't have done it like that. So, can't.
Well, yeah, but when after the fact, doesn't matter. At that point, it's if the doctor has to make a decision and whatever they come up with, that's what they do.
Yeah. No, they legit said I should have like held off until I got back home because it would have been cheaper for them, and should consider.
Well, yeah, but you could have.
Maybe, yeah.
No,
probably.
you could have done it before you left, but you chose to make your.
What was wrong?
No, you knew what was wrong. You chose to make your mother force you.
Was wrong.
No, you chose to make your mother force you to.
No, it was that I didn't want to do it on work hours.
Instead, you wanted to take the time away from your parents.
I could recover at my parents. It was.
You recovered in the hospital. How much of the time that you were in the hospital did you
I
see
got
them?
out of there as quickly as possible. They did the shit, and I got out the door and lied on the couch.
You're dragging the IV down the street.
Yeah, if they wouldn't take it off. I know what that hotel room is.
You mean hospice?
Ain't that old. Ain't that far gone. Now, if there was like a back alley doctor with some like good Yelp reviews, I'd choose them if they were cheaper. We're
gonna go to Dr. Pablo.
The healthcare system here is near unusable for anybody who doesn't have lots of money.
Oh no, you can. You're going to be paying
you
for
just
it.
end up like my mom lived with her parents. And
Generally, the health care you'll get is better on average, but you will be paying a significant premium for it, which doesn't work well for most people. When they're like, well, I mean, my problem is solved, but now I have huge medical bill, which is why most people are scared to. You said before, like, you could be having a heart attack, but you're just like, just drive me there.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money.
And I'd said, I'm going to call you an Uber.
I'll take it.
Don't be I don't want to pay for it. So instead, I'm going to put the stress of my life on you.
Driving me would be quicker than the ambulance anyways.
Yeah, but halfway there, they would have been here to stabilize you while on the way there. The whole point is stabilization. The ambulance doesn't do shit other than making sure you're alive.
Aspirin and charge you $200 for it.
No, they're going to give you an aspirin through an IV.
And charge you $500 for it. There you go, Sunset. Rub some dirt on it.
Well, when I worked in when I worked in trucking and I had my leg injury, that was when I learned that when they have those signs that say like this many days since last injury, that is a metric that rolls up about how many injuries were made. But it's not about how many injuries. It's about how many days off they had to pay for. So if you get your arm cut off at work, but you come in the next day, it is still 0 days of injury. And so when I had my leg injury, that was on a Friday, and I still went in every day. I went in Monday. I couldn't walk. They had to give me some considerations for stuff, but I never missed the day because they did everything possible to never have me take a day. So if whatever they could do to ensure I was comfortable at work, that was fine to them as long as I didn't take a day. Probably. They didn't force me to not go in. I still did, but they
suggested.
No, they're like, well, we'll do this and this and this and this and this and whatever. I had a workman's comp card that never had any questions. I went, I think the Wednesday afterwards, because that was where Tuesday, I streamed on that Tuesday, and I was sitting and I realized my foot, it was now 2.5, 3 times larger than normal. and it was bulging out of my shoes, and my sock was not barely holding, but it was because all the bruising had forced its way down into my foot from gravity. And so I was panicking, and so I think I cut the stream early. You can probably even find the recording. Went to the ER, had my workman's comp number, no questions asked. And even there, they're like, well, we can do 2 different type of blood clot tests. This one is cheaper, but we might not catch everything. This one's more expensive, but then we'll catch everything. I'm like, it's not workman's comp, whatever. Do the more expensive one. No questions asked.
Did your work give you a hard time?
No.
My work gave me a hard time when I did.
But no, because I never took a day off.
Yeah.
That's all they cared about. They didn't care about paying fancy, expensive medical bills. They just didn't want to pay for a day off. Because I think that hits them more directly than the insurance paying for whatever, because that's covered already. So like it was really, really goofy. Yeah, no questions asked. Just said, they did some tests and whatever, said your leg's effed up, but it's not a problem. Just keep it up so that the bruising doesn't pool in the foot. Let it flow through your system, your body will absorb it, but if you just let it sit, it's gonna all flow to your foot. And but that would have been like mid-September of 2015 or so, if you want to dig through those streams. Actually, I don't even know if they're on the recording thing.
Yeah. Canada's not too far. I'll just go up there if I need health care.
I'm pretty sure you have to have a Canada
no, you just get to go up there with your passport, and then once you get across, immediately when you get across the border, you just go, oh, I'm hurting, doc, give me the doctor.
They're gonna look at you before you even get to the border and be like, oh hell nah.
Don't let him in. We need our healthcare money.
That man is already ready to die.
Just keep pushing me back with a stick. No.
We don't want your kind here. Brony? No. Weak. Not in our country.
Just cry. Border guards will just look at me, have their stick at the ready.
Well, we're sorry. Turn around there.
Sorry you're gonna die and all. Sorry your healthcare shit. So sorry. Stay over there. Die quietly, please.
You know what? I'm surprised you said that, because anytime I'm at night trying to figure out logistics and planning, that's what I think about with you too.
I like the idea that I'm trying to crawl across the Canadian border to get Canadian healthcare, and on the other side is like 2 ambulance drivers, the border security call, dragging me back and me screaming, no. It's like, you're dying, we're gonna help you. You're not gonna help me. You're gonna drain my bank account, leave me destitute.
You look like the Blue Cross Blue Shield type.
But you in the hospital, then you're gonna have to pay for healthcare. And the ambulance driver is like, I can't afford that. I can't afford healthcare. I work at a hospital.
Actually, like, that is a job I probably wouldn't want. Like, even if I was doing emergency stuff, like an EMT driver, that's got to be a shitty job.
Like, show up to a lot of
when you have nothing to do until you have everything to do. It's either feast or famine, and everything's a panic mode. Like, that's got to be. I mean, maybe not always
it's panic mode, but you probably start getting into a rhythm for like everything you're supposed to do.
But the rhythm is what scares me. It's where it's like the guy that does venomous snakes, and he does the milking of them for venom, and he does it manually because there's really no other better way to do it.
Yeah.
And they're like, and they ask him like, does this terrify you? And he goes, oh yeah, every time. And the day that I'm not scared is the day I quit.
Yeah, because you get careless.
Because now you're getting careless, and I feel like that's the kind of position if you start getting complacent in what you're doing, and it's like, oh, it's just another day. That's when you start fucking up. I want somebody that is still there, but that stress every day. Oh,
the thing about
but you get paid good money for that type of crap because of that.
EMTs don't get paid great. They get They basically are like, they're not even nurses. They're given quick training.
They're people that are meant to just keep you alive, not to heal you.
Yeah.
They're doing everything they can just to ensure that you don't get worse.
They get a checklist to go down while they get you to the hospital for people who can't help you.
Yeah.
No, but I imagine the worst part of that job is you're essentially showing up to everybody's worst day all the time.
Not every time. Sometimes they're just called out for something that may not be emergency, but they can't be moved without a potentially somebody like
you don't want to
broke something, but like they can't move because they broke a hip, and so
old man or woman falling off the toilet, and now it's your job to help them.
Oh, I'm pretty sure doctors hear some weird shit.
Right? No, my mom, she was a nurse. She saw everything.
Mm-hmm. You see the worst of humanity, but not from like a morality standpoint. You just get to see the messy, the dirty, the bloody. Mm-hmm. I could never do that.
Nah.
Yeah, EMT's got stories. Yeah, they have to have some interesting stories as long as they can share them, because sometimes like there's certain stories that I feel like they shouldn't share because that is somebody's personal life that potentially is affected, but at the same time it'd be hard not to.
Yeah, some sure. I mean, I've spent only a few times in a hospital emergency room. They're not happy places. I got to listen to people breathe their last breaths, and some of them weren't quiet on the way out. It's just, yeah, not great.
I'm gonna have to make a derpy.
Yeah, make a derpy. Yay, derbies.
I already have a base Discord. I couldn't because I wanted to do something else, but oh, it's right here. No, that's not it. Oh, that didn't work out. There we go. But I could have him grab the words, but I already have the animated thing and I'm okay with that as it is. So I think having him make a derpy and then like maybe bash her against the ground a few times.
No.
Why does it always take?
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to check if I'm paying attention.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, is he paying attention? Let's torture a horse to see if he's paying attention. I'm like, no, be nice to horsies. Cool. Like, if you wouldn't hurt a kitten, you shouldn't be hurting.
I wouldn't hurt a kitten. That's why I'm hurting a derpy.
Oh, she's better than kitten.
I mean, sometimes you gotta
she's
hurt
like
something.
A kitten times 10. 10 kittens. I'm just glad I'm gonna live forever.
In hell?
I mean, probably. It's like, you know what you did. They wouldn't even have to tell me what I did. They just sit there, they just give me a look like, you know. Like, yeah.
Wait, what did you do?
I mean, just things.
Is it the bees?
No, that was fun. That's fine. Kids throwing bees at other kids. That's just how you entertain yourself in Kentucky. You know, Discord's catching that derpy the same way that I'd catch a bee.
He's not catching the derpy. He's gonna make a derpy.
Oh.
I grabbed his shoulder instead. No, the idea is that he's gonna put his arms together, and then he's gonna pull. So he claps them together, and he'll pull them apart, and he's gonna like create a derpy. It's gonna be like a derpy, I guess.
Be derby. Michael Takeover. I kind of want, when the Michael Takeover comes up, I want the more you know.
With lightning?
Yes. Yeah, I can't think of any way I think that would be preferable to die.
Preferable way to die.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I don't think any way for me is particularly preferable. They all sound like they have their own degree of not great.
Because there's no such thing as a natural death, because it's usually just your body eventually succumbs to something failing.
Yeah. I mean, it can just be. I don't know. You're right.
Yeah, it's like
there are some
eventually
ways that kind of just fade off.
Yeah, it's like even if an organ doesn't fail, it's usually some disease gets you. It's something small. It's just eventually something gets you. Suffocating in Derby's fur.
Ooh.
Death by boop.
No, suffocating Derby's fur might be nice.
I'm gonna think that's not something you can choose at the doctor.
I think the closest, and actually why I was kind of romanticized, was for a while's ways of dying, was tuberculosis, because it slowly suffocates you. It was kind of like the whole thing with women like dyeing their faces to be more pale, because they kind of wanted that look you got with tuberculosis.
Well, most of makeup, most of all makeup, the
Well, like the
guard, the thing around your waist to make you look thinner, the fainting that came with tuberculosis from lack of oxygen, and the causing of that. Yeah, tuberculosis was until it was romanticized until it wasn't.
Yeah, it was kind of romanticized
The smart man's
as a good way to die too, because it was generally surrounded by family. It was slow. You saw it coming. People could come and say people could come and say their goodbyes. And the way you died generally was eventually your breathing just got harder and harder until at one point you just stopped. It wasn't a violent death. Like kidney failure, that's gonna be a violent death.
Or a diaper.
So yeah, I guess in like the Victorian age, a great time to be alive. In general.
What's his name? Hank Green's brother did Hank Green's brother on Crash Course did a very long video about tuberculosis recently.
Yeah.
The whole history of everything and whatnot. Very interesting.
Nice thing is now they got a lot of drugs they can give you right up towards the end, so that it doesn't hurt. So there's something to look forward to.
You know what? I know a better one for you to take. Polio.
Polio? Just bring that back.
Just go for polio.
That sounds absolutely terrifying. Everything I've watched about polio just makes it like it's just wickedly terrifying disease. Because you can just feel it taking you through nerve.
Oh no, it's a horrible one. That's why I'm like, you know what? If you're gonna do it, just go all the way.
Like I think I was watching a thing with FDR talking about, they were talking about his bout to polio when he was older, and he could just feel like his legs becoming more numb as the disease took him, and then he just never regained that feeling again.
Polio.
Yes.
No, it was a devastating disease.
Yes.
So, tuberculosis is too. They're both absolutely horrible. It's just they are either completely eradicated, or we can get it. It's so easy and takes so long or easy to solve and takes so long to build up that there's almost no way that anybody could have a problem with it nowadays.
Tuberculosis is still a bit of a problem, but polio is all but eradicated. There's like some corners of the world they're still chasing it down, trying to make sure it's
but
gone.
It's more of having it be an uncontrollable nightmare that's the problem, and for the most part
that's why
pretty good.
the World Health Organization is so important, because they can try to track it down to every corner of the world to eliminate stuff like that.
As long as it's under enough control that it can't spread easily and quickly, as long as you have some kind of a herd immunity, or you stamp it out immediately when it pops up, like a lot of those, that's why they're not a problem. Cases pop up,
Yeah,
but they can either mitigate or whatever really quickly.
but the ultimate goal is to make that line of virus, an extinct species, which they've done before with some things.
There's smallpox.
Smallpox, yeah.
I think I think that's one of the ones we have fully eradicated, if I remember right.
In people. It still exists in some animals, so they have it pop up here and there, but they knock it right back out when it makes the jump. I think hedgehogs in the desert sometimes have it. But it used to be something that affected the whole world, but it doesn't anymore. It's because they really hammered away at that one. Gotta get that derp. Just give her hugs. That derpy needs a hug. Hug the derp.
No, so I can't do it quite yet because I have to do something goofy with it, but I'm gonna have her spinning. Oh, maybe not like that.
Got twisted.
But like I'm gonna have her like doing a little spin in the middle. She's probably a little big.
I want her slowly spinning and then just have like the shopping store music just do 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 do.
No,
it's like he's like presenting Derpy. What's that song I was singing? That's MASH.
yeah, that's not like. Wait a second, that's not. I think it's an old TV show.
What is this? What is that name song? What is the name of that song stream? Because if you don't know it, you'd be mildly surprised.
Oh, I didn't even realize when he opens his hands, he's not actually centered.
You know what the song's name is from MASH?
It's called MASH.
No, it's Suicide is Painless.
Oh yeah, I know that because I think you've actually mentioned that a couple times.
I think that's good trivia knowledge.
Yeah, it's one of the few things you do have trivia knowledge about, and you have to make sure that we all know it.
I used to know all the words to the song, and so much I like that song. You don't see, you don't hear a lot of songs that talk about the benefits of suicide, let alone in like a 70s sitcom. Though I think they only sing the lyrics in the movie. You got the derpies. I want that derpies. Why can't that be me?
Or he's smelling the hair.
Just
He's stabbing with
not
the teeth.
creepy at all.
Combing the hair.
Yes, goes brushies. So happy.
It's just your face.
Just rub my face on the horse face.
Okay. So like, actually, I'll at least show so I can remember what I'm doing here in the future. Okay.
So it'll spin.
Derpy.
Yeah, I've never actually seen the movie MASH. Seen a lot of the sitcom, but never the movie.
I've seen random bits of the sitcom. I wouldn't say I know I've seen that much. I've seen quite a few episodes, but it's been so random and all over and
Yeah, the show ran for like 7 years plus a movie, so definitely syndicated.
She stopped. Okay, she stopped. She's like, okay, so he was like, ah. And then after a couple seconds, he's derpy.
There's little derpies.
Not yet. I have to have his animation fully done.
Okay.
But he's more, I think when he goes to do the clap, I'm going to have the derpy fly away and then he's going to make a big derpy. Or he can collect all the little derpies and to make one big derpy.
Can he kiss the derpy?
Would you rather have 4 small derpies or 1 bigger derpy?
Why not both?
No, one of the other.
One big derpy and small derpies. You're making me choose between derpies.
That's okay. You get none of them.
Oh,
No, you couldn't choose.
but I want the derpies. No, I did choose. You just didn't like my choice.
Incinerator.
You're just gonna be mean.
I do have to adjust his finger position. It's a little bit crooky. But I'll deal with that next time. I just have some audio of you going, yes.
What? Why do you have audio of me going, yes?
Because you have a derpy. I don't know. I could probably find it. You know, actually, I can. You just did.
No, wait. I was strict. I was tricked.
Yes.
Chat, you saw that as trickery.
No, you didn't do so. Why would I ever use the word derpy as stupid? Oh no. We've done that before where you said stallions are cute. What was that? 369?
Out of no,
I think it's cute quote.
taken out of
369.
context.
No, you said that. No, that was literally the quote.
I was forced against my will.
I think it's quote 369. Anyway, so I think, yeah, sounds like cute.
No,
You said that,
it's not true.
and that's what it's because that's what it says.
I was under duress.
Anyway, when we make the derpy, how he goes away from this, I think,
Get his horn stuck on the T.
I think I'll have him grab the derpy and like hug it and then
Yeah,
slide away or something, or like consume.
Make out with the derpy.
Okay, well we're gonna end it because Michael's getting weird. Oh look, I stopped exactly on the number that makes sense for what he's doing.
Yes. Pure evil.
Anyway, we'll be good. We'll be back on Sunday. Like I mentioned, we'll probably do some Endling, and then if, depending on when that gets done, we'll do Pacific Drive.
Whatever that is. It's got a car.
Crazy Drive.
And it's Chernobyl. That is
It's
what-
Crazy Taxi, but with science and
Science isn't-
no passengers and no
Fallout.
taxi, and it's a station wagon.
You know, you had a working car and Fallout too. You know that?
Cool.
What the game is. That's
And then the
you're
game, then they
playing.
just went downhill from there.
And then the cars worked.
Yeah,
I never found a working car after two.
who's on right now? Just Paleo. Final Fantasy 10. Oh, he's playing Final Fantasy
go.
7 remake, and I went. I don't know. It feels like I was gonna say he went back to 10, but is he went back to 10 or forward to 10?
My brain.
I've been meaning to watch. I watch a channel that does some Final Fantasy stuff, and they have a video about there's originally a original plan for a remake of Final Fantasy 6, apparently, and I want to watch that because I remember hearing something about it a while ago, but I guess it's a long story, so I'm kind of curious on it because I think that'd be a fun one.
Everybody going into his chat, just go ha 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 ha. Remember that?
Are you just being sad and depressed?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's sad, depressed, ha-haing.
Oh, okay. Haha. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's Titus, not Titus.
Oh, okay.
It's Titus, right? Not Titus. Nobody's gonna say
It's not Titus.
I don't care what they say.
Even if the developers say it's Titus, they're wrong.
That sounds lewd.
Yeah. Thank you for the resub scratch web, and thank you to Nom for the cheers, and thank you to Server and Sunset for moderating. See you guys on Sunday.
See y'all then, I guess. If you're there. I might not
10
be
was
there.
really fun for me. What?
Well, I want to be there.
Well, you can maybe not for Endling, but you could probably be there for Pacific Drive. That one I think you'd probably enjoy. Okay, I'm gonna go play.
Bye-bye.